Good afternoon or good evening. It's almost 6 o'clock. Meteorologist Tuttle here with you to talk about the developing tornadic thunderstorms in southwest Oklahoma. As predicted, they are on track for moving on into our regions. We're going to cover those live for you. Let's see here. So I'm just setting up a few more broadcast alerts. Here we go. Okay. So you can get notified when I go live either directly from me through your Facebook Messenger. Also, if you use my weather app called AT's Weather to Go, I can send you a direct custom message on that. So I just sent it out to about, 50, 60, 70,000 people just in this vicinity. That'll be broadcasting live right now, so they can tune in. So there's various ways you can get it in case social media doesn't play nice and let you know whenever I'm going live. All right, so let's see. So I got all that stuff done. Let's go ahead and get on with the main thing. So we're going to be following it here off and on throughout the course of the evening. We're going to talk about storm structure, whether or not we're going to be having some problems with tornadoes, which I do expect. The situation is to, unfortunately, going to be kind of heading into central Oklahoma a little bit later. So things are kind of just now getting going down across southwest Oklahoma. And so that's kind of where things are evolving from. It doesn't mean they'll all be tornadic, by the way. It just means given certain conditions, some of them will be. And we'll take those at a case-by-case basis. If you look out to the west, a lot of clouds are building along a cold front system that's just the northwest of the Oklahoma City metro. All right, so that's what we'll keep an eye on as well for the weather cam. Okay, so here's a look at the current radar image here in southwest Oklahoma. Now there are those storms, like I mentioned, they're on the camera shot up here in northern Oklahoma, east of Enid and Kingfisher. These are not severe, there's nothing to worry about, as we talked about in the forecast. The only thing really to concern ourselves with is the activity down here in the southwest Oklahoma, and this is a supercell down here around Roosevelt. Now, storm structure does have a wall cloud with it, so it does not have a tornado yet. So we're watching for that to change, and as it does, we're going to cover it for you live. And I'll be switching back and forth to different radar views, by the way, just so that we can get more high resolution data, because each radar has its own plus and minuses and the benefits. And like I said, we're not in Oklahoma City right now, we're in southwest Oklahoma, but that's where they're starting from. And it will be a busy evening up through about midnight here across Oklahoma. Okay, so looking at the velocity structure down here, from Cold Springs east, let's see here. We've got a hook echo, and like I mentioned earlier, is a confirmation of a wall cloud, and this is in this area right here is where we're looking, okay? Area of interest. So it does not produce a tornado yet, but that is where we're going to be watching for that to happen. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you now, it's always going to be the same. All right, so it's always going to be when you have a storm producing a tornado. Notice very small in the broad sense of things as far as where it's going to be compared to everything else. And you always go to the lowest level of your floor, of your home, your apartment, wherever it may be. It's the lowest level. Some places may have a basement, but Oklahoma, most places don't. And there's way for as many outside walls as possible. So that could be a bathroom, it could be a closet, but that's the nature of the game. And any time that you're late or you're tuning in and out, read the bottom of the screen, and that will give you information on what to do. So I'll reinforce those habits for you to seek shelter. Another hook echo over here west of Hedrick. This is east of Altus. So this is a secondary development. Let me see here. So that's new. And remember, not all hook echoes, just so you know, produce a tornado. But it does indicate at least some mid-level rotation within the storm. So that'll be the second storm we'll keep an eye on. The first one is the one that's got some really good hail here around Roosevelt. Where you see these whites, that just means it's really dropping some pretty good hail. As a matter of fact, we'll take a look at that here real quick, because again, there's not an official tornado yet, even though there is a tornado warning, and don't ever discount the warning from a tornado. All right, when the tornado warning comes out from the National Weather Service, take it seriously, but I can at least tell you when we look at live radar and storm reports as to whether or not there's one on the ground or not, because those are warnings either based on radar or they're based on storm spotter confirmation. So it's one or the other. And we head into the nighttime hours, that's going to become a lot more difficult. But regardless, you can see the nice structure of the supercell in a three-dimensional view. Very strong hail core as well with this. So it's pretty significant. All this purple area goes up to around 40,000 feet is all hail. It's probably about golf ball size in diameter. So it's a big hail with this one, but that's expected when you have a supercell storm. The probability of a tornado developing is 78%. So these are the algorithms that we use to predict whether or not a tornado will develop within this storm. So that's quite high. Now, I've used this a lot off and on last year and this year. We didn't have a whole lot of tornadoes this year to kind of compare. But I've seen this algorithm perform well, and I've seen it perform poor, meaning I've seen a tornado occur with the probability of only 30%. And I've seen a non-tornado occur with a probability such as this one of 78%. It's a guidance, it's a tool. We have to use it with other indices to find out if that's going to be reality or not. The point being is it grabs your attention and, to pay attention to the storm. Okay, so these folks joining me, we're looking down into southwest Oklahoma. So we are not in the Oklahoma City metro area. Everything's fine here in Oklahoma City. We're quiet. Storms out here around El Reno, just some weak ones toward Hinton and Binger. So a little bit of lightning probably with those on occasion. No, not even any hail right now. So all of our attention is down here in southwest Oklahoma. Let's see here. In Oklahoma City, I will be flipping back and forth to see some different things. So for example, the wind profile here is conducive for supercell rotation for the thunderstorms. The winds are not overly strong right now, so this is kind of on the weaker end of where the profile should be. So these winds should increase with time here in Oklahoma City. Now I'm going to go down here to Frederick, and we're going to look at the wind profile in southwest Oklahoma feeding into those storms, and we'll see if it's a little bit different. I would expect the winds to be a little stronger, a little bit more backed. So we'll take a look at that here in a second once that loads up. And while that's doing that, let's see what I'm going to do with this one. So luckily right now, the storm track on the short term does not have it over any major populated area. And you will find that will happen a lot. And what we do is we track under the storm to look at what kind of land it's going over. And a lot of times it'll end up being farmland, and there may be a few farmhouses in there, and that's pretty much all you have. And that's the good news. There's a lot of open land in Oklahoma. Okay, so as expected, the wind speeds are a lot stronger here in the latest frame. They're around 25 to 30 to 35 knots up in the much higher mid-levels. So the winds are much stronger for rotational speed within the supercell, but they're not quite backed enough. In other words, these winds down here at the bottom should be more southeasterly, and they're kind of south-southeast versus southeast or east-southeast. That's the difference maker right now. Why that storm is likely not tornadic. It's just now kind of getting into that favorable environment. So I'll be keeping on that here every now and then. Let's see here. So let's go back to this other guy. We're going to tell you where the location of this hook echo is, which is starting to wrap up pretty good. It's starting to occlude, which usually means that's a tornado. And I do occasionally look. I've got all three TV stations up to monitor their live shots for the helicopters and whatnot. So I do occasionally glance up at that. But the location of this one, it's out over a farm road. Okay, the new update just came in, and that kind of opened up a bit. It looked much better there a moment ago. East Road 1510 and North Road 2300. Now this is out about 3 miles south of Cooperton. So that's the farm road that it's under. Let me look at the velocity structure within this. Yeah, so in the prior update looked pretty good. This will update here again in just a second. It's a broad area of rotation, so it's not a strong one as far as gate to gate. And this one's a little bit more close together, but it's pretty weak on that deal. And I'm going to turn a couple things off here. So at times, I will get kind of quiet because I want to do some thinking. Don't confuse quiet with anything other than processing. Because I have to multitask a lot of things. My brain is a supercomputer when this stuff happens, so I've got to monitor a lot of things at once. Okay, so still broad rotation. It's not at this point in time going to produce a significant tornado right now. Now that may change here in 5 minutes. It can change in a couple of minutes, but right now the radar reflectivity structure does not indicate that. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm looking at around 1,700 feet elevation, so that's the The right height, really, if you want to track a tornado column of air itself, you really want to be about 5,000 feet and under. The closer to the ground, the more reality you have, but the column of the tornado will extend at least up to that when you're trying to track it on radar. Let's see here. It's got a lot of shear with it, and shear meaning rotation. And it does have, let's see, where are we at? 2,700. Some pretty good tight clustering of range gates together from the radar bin for mid-levels. So it's really close to trying to produce a tornado. But it's not there yet. Alright, so a new tornado will be issued here. A new tornado warning, however, issued here in just a second. By the way, so this has been, so it looks like there was some dust on the ground. So they're going to call that a tornado, even though the velocity structure is not that impressive. Once you get a big bowl, a big large wall cloud like that, a very large circulation center, it's kind of a tendency to have little vortices that can rotate around. Any one of those can pick up some dust, and you can get the call it a tornado. But the mesocyclone style looks like it had not occurred yet, but we'll see. Like I said, it's just a matter of time here, given this environment. But the warning on this is a tornado warning until 6:30 for northwestern Comanche, east central Kiowa counties. Potentially damaging tornado will be developing in 3-inch hails. That's some large hails we talked about. Flying debris. Locations include Cooperton, Tom Steed Reservoir, and northwestern Wichita Mountains Wildlife Refuge. So that's the latest on that. For that warning. So when you see the polygons here that I have for tornado change color, so when it changes purple, that indicates that one has been spotted. And honestly, again, I'm sticking by what I've seen on radar anyways. It's a really large wall cloud, very large, and it's occluded. And that's going to make things very hard to see. Because you're not, obviously, there's no storm chaser, for example, that's going to be right here where they need to be. They're going to be all out here looking around it, right? Well, they'll have to look through this massive low cloud deck and try to make try to see what's going on back in here. And there can be some misunderstanding or misinterpretation. So this will be a little difficult until the actual mesocyclone tightens up, and then that's when radar meteorology kicks in and says, yeah, we've got it bona fide. So otherwise you're going to see a lot of dust and stuff get kicked up. Okay, so that's the latest look with the first level. Now structure-wise, it looks good. This guy right here is a feeder band. So very strong inflow band coming into the storm. So trust me, it's got a lot of wind with it, but it's in a very big wind environment. So it's not surprising. Okay, so let's see here. What else we got? Again, Oklahoma City's fine. Northern Oklahoma, you're fine. All eyes will be focused down here in southwestern parts of the state. Let's see, I'm going to do something here. So that secondary storm we were looking at down here west of Snyder, it had a little hook on it, like I mentioned, that didn't have any velocity data with it, and that has since changed its appearance. The probability of hail is around 28% on that one. Still, the probability on the tornado that we're looking at is 94%, so it's gone up from 78 to 94. All right. So these are all looking at indices that the algorithm calculates in there to give you an idea. Let's see here. So the movement is to the northeast at about 38 miles per hour, so it's a very fast moving storm. And overall, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for this cluster that's outside of the actual tornado warning. So you can have two warnings in the same storm. In this particular case, obviously the red polygon here is going to be for the tornado warning, whereas the orange polygon is going to be for that large hail we talked about. And that's severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 7. Again, the storm moving northeast at about 53 miles per hour. Let's see, I notice what to do here. Okay, so this storm is right along Highway 19 and Highway 54. This is the intersection, a couple miles, well, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 9 miles east of Roosevelt, that intersection, and that's the general area of this entire mesocyclone, or excuse me, of this entire supercell, whereas the tornado part of it is kind of open park area down here, so there's not any densely populated areas. So this is the report, the official report that came in for the tornado from broadcast media. Swirls visible at the surface. So what happened was, just so you know what happens, the Weather Service will have the TV stations on their monitors, because they also, like me, want to see if they have any live video shots, helicopters or whatever. And so I saw on 9 there was this little swirl of dust on the ground. So they said, well, because they're not there, let's go ahead and call it, because it is a vorticity spin, whether or not it was on the actual parent circulation area or not. So that's the reason why that was issued. So that may not verify officially, but that's how that warning ended up coming out. There wasn't actually a spotter there that witnessed it. It was viewed from a distance on a chaser or cam, or the shot, or the helicopter shot, whichever they were using at the time. Now, they won't all be that murky or muddy, where you're kind of like for sure not sure. They're going to get more legitimate and then more for sure with confidence as we go through time. Problem is, of course, it'll get dark, which is going to make things more difficult. So they keep an eye on the Electra storm down here in southwest Oklahoma. Let's see. And then there's some storm down here in northwest Texas, by the way. A long ways away from Dallas-Fort Worth. You guys aren't in the action until about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. Let's see. Again, nothing in Oklahoma City. If you have any outdoor plans here at 6 o'clock, you're fine. But come 7 o'clock and to 8, that's when things start to approach from the west. And things will go downhill pretty quick. Okay, storm motion at 53. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do a manual storm track for the actual leading edge of the cell itself. Where is my... There we go. So Anadarko is the major city. Now I will tell you this. If this starts to produce a large tornado, instead of going in this direction, northeast, it will have a tendency to have more of an easterly component. And if it's got a very large tornado, they become more right movers into this direction. So a storm will initially move with environmental mean flow. In Oklahoma, it's typically to the northeast. But once they produce a significant tornado, they often then kind of what we call turn to the right. And that's where you get this change in the degree, in the angle of approach. So it becomes, instead of more of a northeastward, to more of an eastward movement, and then once the tornado lifts, then it goes back to a northeastward movement. So that will kind of help to jog the track around over a long distance of time when you're plotting, heads up an hour away from what we have to work with. So keep that in mind as well. So if I were to, let's see, is there a marker for that? Yeah, it's this one. So it's got Anadarko at 650, Fort Cobb 639, Gracemont at 653, and that's kind of where the hail core is. So that would be the path of the hail core, which is north of the path of where the tornado would be. The tornado would be more likely closer to Apache and Surreal, kind of between there and Anadarko. So this is what we do also. So I'm going to zoom in and show you a little trick, because there's one thing to have a large tornado, right? And even destructive. In other words, we can see the debris signature on the radar from the dual pole signature. It's another thing to see what it's actually hitting, and that can change your anxiety levels, right? So what I like to do is I like to look underneath. So for example, this is our area of concern we're looking at. If you look underneath, what do you see? I'll zoom in closer. You see nothing, do you? You see farmland. Empty farmland, flat, some shrubs, some trees, and that's it. So keep in mind there's a lot of this right here in Oklahoma. So when we get these tornadoes that do develop, keep in mind that a lot of times they're over areas like this, which is great news. They don't, always hit major metropolitan areas. Now they do sometimes, and when they do, obviously that's what makes the news. But when they're out over this area, it's grass, it's tumbleweeds, it's some shrubs, some trees, and then they're forgotten about, right? So they only make noise or whenever they're, causing life loss and even property loss, but not when they're out over open land. But the good news is there's a lot of open land in Oklahoma, so I'm telling you this so that odds are in your favor on a lot of these that they'll be over open land. And if they're not, well, we'll track it. We'll toggle this on and off, and we'll find out if there are townships in the path, or if there are some neighborhoods, or if there even are a few farmhouses. We'll get to all that too. But I want to show you what it looks like in general terms. All right, let me go look at the velocity structure here. Okay, so we have a new TVS signature. I think that's in contamination. Yeah, I think it's side lobe contamination. So that's not an inexperienced radar meteorologist will point to this and call it a circulation for the tornado, because of the way the radar beams work in the design of the antenna structure. With the dish, you get what we call side lobe contamination. That usually falls in this area, and so that's what that is. So that's nothing to write home about yet. I'm looking a bit more to the south from there. The probability of a tornado is now at 88%, so that's changed a little bit. We were, 98 a moment ago, and it still didn't produce, or 99. So keep that in mind. These are guidance tools. It does a checklist of ingredients that says, hey, based off of all this, what we know in the past, that's pretty close to producing a tornado, probability-wise. But each system's its own unique thing. So right now, we're missing a key ingredient for this to happen, and that's important. My estimate right now is the low-level wind field not quite there, but it'll get there. As it goes east, two things are going to happen. It's going to get in a better surface wind environment. In other words, more of a southeast and easterly component. Number two, it's going to start to get into the theta E axis. The theta E axis, rich, warm, moist, unstable air that will feed it. So those are two things that will happen in the next 30 minutes. So I expect quick changes to this once it gets, let's see, probably by the time it gets to Apache. I think over the next, so that would put it about, about 20 minutes from now, we should start to see a dramatic change in the structure of this supercell storm. Right now, other cells are still trying to fire down here. There is a little bit of a cap in southwest Oklahoma, and even really in the body of the state, believe it or not. And that's kind of helping to offset some growth in other areas. And that can work in your favor, but it can also work in a storm's favor. A cap is a lid. It's an inversion layer, temperature inversion, and it prevents a lot of storms formation. They think of it like a hot air balloon, and you got a ceiling. It's an invisible ceiling, you can't see it, but the hot air balloon can, and it hits it, and then it can't go through the ceiling. It just bounces along the top. At some point, it finds a weakness, and it bounces through, and the guy keeps riding on up. Same way a storm kind of does it. But what that does is it prevents other storms, right, from getting through, and only one guy gets through. One guy means, hey, a lot less people to have to worry about. However, it can also mean that one storm now has the entire ingredients to work with. It doesn't have any contamination. It's got no other storms to fight against. So it is free to do whatever it wants to and take the most advantage of it. So that's what I'm saying. A cap can be a good thing and a bad thing. So it seems to be pretty RFD dominant, which is rear flank downdraft. Let's see what else is happening. And you get that from this bowl look to it. Let's see, what color do I want to show you? I guess this guy. This is the bowl structure. RFD comes in like this. So that's a downdraft of air. And then what happens is you get little eddies that will rotate around, and then they'll spin back on the inside. And then these are the ones that will then turn into a tornado. And then sometimes they'll stay on the outside here for a while, or then they'll wrap back into the middle of this and become occluded where you can't see it. And then you've got a tornado hidden in the rain. So that's kind of how that happens, that process.
Moderate mesocell detected. Severe hail detected.
Large hail with this still detected on the radar. Let's see, that's close to 3 inches in diameter. That is some big hail, and that is up around East Road 1430 and North Road 2360. So that pink area all in here is where it's 2.5+ inches in diameter. So it's a pretty large hail swath in there that extends 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles east-west and 2 miles north-south within that cluster. Let me take a look again at a couple things. It looks impressive, like from the helicopter shots. I mean, it looks like just a beast of a storm. There, it's starting to knuckle in a little bit, so it looks like it's wrapped up into what would be a rain-wrapped tornado developing. A little triangle is what that would typically indicate. The velocity data, though, hasn't quite come together yet as far as gate to gate. It's still pretty broad, but that's the circulation's kind of slowly closing in. So its ability to produce a tornado is quickly improving. So I'm looking at 3D storm structure. I'm just for my benefit of analysis. So just hang in there while I look. 50,000 foot storm. Pretty impressive. All right, let's do this. Hold on. Let's do this one. The structure on this overall in the column of air rotating is not very well put together. It's missing something. All right. But it's kind of wrapping in hard, so it's really trying. It's just aloft. It doesn't. The structure is a little out of whack. It looks like it may have two rotation centers fighting each other to try to get some type of cohesion. So not quite ready. Let's see what this guy on here is doing. So there's a lower appendage on this storm starting to take shape. That's around Cooperton. Right now it's just appendage. Nothing come of it yet. Long ways away. So, alright, let me take a look while we're waiting for those to do something here. By the way, let me do this here real quick.
Severe hail detected.
So, tornado warning is until 6:30. Is that the old one or the new one? Anadarko at 7. Yeah, there's a 7. That was the old one. The new one goes until 7. That's this secondary red triangle. Probability of a tornado is still, oh, that's hail, 94%. All right, what did my probability of a tornado go to? 90%. So it's holding up there. Okay, let me look at a few things. Let's see if they're going to load that today. By the way, this is the threat area from the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center. So if you did not see my lives earlier today or the last couple of days, it's a large area here that's under a threat of the severe storms. This is the tornado potential here in the medium category across central, southern, and western parts of western Oklahoma. Of course, the timing is now in the lighter blue shading, the darker blue shading between 6 and 10, and that's where we focus on central Oklahoma down toward Lawton. That'll be the leading edge here. We have from 6 to 7, and then onward from there. All right, let me see where the front is. 6:15. Okay, so the front rolls through Ponca City, just west of Guthrie, through Kingfisher. Now moving through, looks like El Reno, and then back out here to the west. It does a little something like this. Okay, and then this is where we have our area of low pressure is developed, right? So this kind of gives you an indication of what I was talking about earlier. You see how these wind barbs are turning more to the southeast, feeding into the front like this? That's really good convergence. You have a north wind coming in behind the front, and you got these southeast winds ahead of it. So this low puts everything in a counterclockwise spin, right? So the enhancement for the low-level shear, it'll be generated where this surface low tracks. And this surface low is going to be going like this over the next couple of hours. So that takes this enhancement that's feeding in those storms down there in southeast Oklahoma, or southwestern Oklahoma, with it as it works its way to the northeast. Now that does move through central Oklahoma, and that does move through the metro, that area. What saves you from a tornado, just so you know, is going to be on this side of the cold front. So if here's the boundary, as long as you're behind the boundary, you're all good. You might have a little bit of hail, but you won't have a tornado. If you're east of the boundary, on this side, then that's where you still have your threat. All right, so that ended up being not a bad position forecast from the model data from earlier today. Let's see here. I'm going to reload this page. All right, so it's got the warning down there to the south and west. It's going to load up the surface apps here in a second. Visible satellite picture. I'm going to have to switch this over to the shortwave IR, so we can see the tops. That's not what I wanted. Long wave. Okay, so in the long wave radar, you start to see these colder cloud tops here in red, deep red. That means indicating the storm breaking about 50,000 feet in this case. And what you'll see in those, there'll be some overshooting tops. Overshooting tops will be co-located with the tornadic development. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Okay, so let's see. Well, that's loading. Here is a look at the, what do I have loaded on here? I believe significant tornado. And let's see here. Fixed layer. I'm going to do a refresh on this page. Okay, so a little circle down here in southwest is the most favorite area for a significant tornado to develop on the both fixed and effective layer, meaning multiple layers of the atmosphere, the lowest levels of ingredients. So that almost stretches here in a southern Canadian county, but extends through Chickasha back into southwest Oklahoma. So that's the most favorite area to try to produce a tornado. All right. We do have something called a violent tornado parameter index. The potential is there, and that is in southwest Oklahoma. There's that 4, it's a bullseye area about where it's at. So that would be greater than an EF3 tornado, so EF4, EF5. Significant hail threat. Oddly enough, it doesn't have much of a high value here, and yet we're seeing it. It's interesting how sometimes they can struggle with certain indices, in this particular case, the hail. Hail size, probability up into the green, 2.5 to 3 inches in diameter. So at least it does know the potential is there for some large hail. All right, I think that's all I want to see. Look at some of these. Yeah, okay, everything kind of points in that area. So what we can also look, these are beta parameters. It's a probability of an EF0 tornado in this area, and it is up around 27%. Now this is real-time data, so it updates about every, I think it's like 5-10 minutes. Probability of EF2 tornadoes is only around, it looks like 11, and probability of an EF4 is not even on the chart, not even registering. What we're going to do is come back to this off and on, and we're going to see how these indices change once the level jet kicks in, some better moisture, all that kind of stuff. If we look at a historical climatological view of this, these little indices, little barbs, STP, so check on that one. Supercell composite, check on that one. The CAPE instability, check on that one. Actually has better effective shear on some of these. Effective helicity just in the block, and lifting condensation level is almost out of the block. I talked about that being a weakness, but it's in that area. So we basically can check mark all the typical ingredients in the past of what produced tornadoes prior. That's all tornadoes. When we go to significant tornadoes, you can see how much the lines are outside of the statistical probability zones. This one's in there, that one's outside, that one. They're all outside except for one. All right, now that should change also in the next hour in the central Oklahoma, but we'll see. So I checked this off and on as well during storm coverage to see how they do. Let's see on the model data. Let's refresh this one. All right. So the latest herd data, it still has, let me turn off some of these so you can see them. It still has these little helicity tracks, and I showed you this in the forecast earlier. That means a long-lived mesocyclone producing some damaging winds, hail, and maybe even a tornado. So it does have these helicity tracks, and it's still focused right here on the H.E. Bailey, right up through Chickasha. It continues to like that area. The significant tornado parameter also lines up in there toward the center part of Oklahoma County. So it runs right into the metro, so that has not changed either. Now this is all a 1 hour forecast, or this is actually, no, I'm at a 2 hour forecast. The model ran 2 hours ago. So this is a 7 o'clock forecast. And it's just showing you that conditions are improving for that type of stuff once they kind of get into central Oklahoma. All right, I'll come back and check on that later. Let's refresh this one.
Severe hail detected.
So we're going to do this first, and I got a couple different ways we can view this data. These are the low-level rotation tracks out here in southwest Oklahoma. And it's more just a blob. It's all over the place. There's not a solid track out of this supercell. And that shows the messy velocity data we were looking at. So that makes sense. So it's not going to be clean yet with a good signal. Let's see if these guys are up and running. They are not. Okay. And let me see if my friend Jeff is up and running. He's going to be streaming live tonight. So we'll take a look at his stream.
Everybody was trying to decide whether to go south or north, and it was the tornado was coming down. It was probably a quarter mile cloak and at 50 miles an hour. And I turned around and I busted south to get out of the circulation. And I got sideswiped with tree and debris falling out of the sky, hit the vehicle, and I don't know what happened to the guys up north on up toward Alvin. Chasers broke north into the circulation. The tornado was tracking up toward him. And I don't know.
Alright, so Jeff's talking about how he drove into that thing along with a few other chasers. He's saying, I don't know what happened to them. They all got occluded. They all got swallowed up by that large circulation. He claims he saw a tornado embedded within that, which I kind of told you to be hard to see. Is it down on yours, Jody?
No, mine is working, but
Alright.
I let them know they're
So
deleting, downloading.
So I know some of you on your iPhones, the weather app isn't working for you. So if that's the case, I don't know what's going on because others are working. In that particular case, you would uninstall it, reboot your phone, and then reinstall it is the method to do that.
I've told them to do
But they have to reboot in between.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you've done that and it's not working, then I don't know what's happening with that. I have to take a look into it later. I'll have to do some digging, but I won't be able to do that now. So I apologize for that if you're having some trouble. Luckily, you have me for right now. All right, so let's go back to the radar here in southwest Oklahoma. So that was Jody sending me the message. Got some angry people out there. All right, probably a tornado 84%. Starting to approach into the Anadarko area, the leading edge of the cloud shield, the anvil, cirrus cloud. And let's get the wording here on this new warning. This came out a couple minutes ago. Let's see. In effect until 7, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, damaging tornado and baseball-sized hail is expected. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado embedded within this. Anadarko, Apache, Surreal, Fort Cobb, Gracemont, Boone, Lake Chickasha, and Stecker are all in the path of this particular tornadic thunderstorm. Okay, so let's go see what we have in here. Because earlier, there was no closed off circulation on radar that was significant. So I'm going to see if I can find you one. Honestly, I think there's some little vortices because of the increased shear. And I think these little vortices are just kind of getting picked up. I'm calling them baby vortices. And they're just kind of getting rotating around the outskirts and then back in and kicking up dust along the way. Because there is no significant, strong mesocyclone style tornadic circulation, at least now. And I'm going to go back a frame, see if there ever was one. About right here. It looks pretty good on reflectivity. Yeah, see on the velocity data, it is very, very weak. And so when that happens, the confidence level of there being anything there of consequence is extremely low. So as far as a significant tornado, let's put it that way, it would have to be literally an EF0, very, very weak one, very small one, kind of a dust kicker upper. That's what I've got. That's what I've seen. So I don't have any other change for you on that one. Let's see what we have down here. A lot of tree limbs and power lines down on the county line out here, south of Cooperton.
Severe hail detected.
Okay, so this northern fringe of this storm, the supercell, around Carnegie, Anadarko at 647. So it's going to, remember, it arrives before the tornadic circulation. Gracemont 651, Verdon 659, Pocasset 711, Amber 716, Minko 717, Fort Cobb, Tuttle, and Bridge Creek about 730. So that kind of gives you the idea, approaching the southwest sides of the greater Oklahoma City metro area about 7:30. So about an hour from now is when this will start to affect you guys down here in the southwest side of town. Till then, it's still down here. The tornado circulation is again south of that. So if the storm were to not deviate at all, the hail part would come into the south end of Canadian Oklahoma County, and then the tornado part, would go in on the south end, maybe toward Newcastle and then Norman, kind of a deal. This is just again assuming there's no change in the track and assuming a lot of things right now, because this is an hour away. But that's right now the way things look. It's the only really significant thunderstorm. Now here's the deal. Remember how I told you there's always ways for this situation to screw itself. In other words, a storm could have the greatest environment, but one thing can happen to that one storm, and it can change what could have been, right? Well, let me put this in motion for you. Let me turn this off here. Now watch what happens from this cell and then this cell down here. You see this? You see how they start to merge and they become one big occluded mess? Remember how I told you the supercells have to cycle and recycle once they get disrupted? This cell has gotten disrupted, so it's this tail end of it is disrupting the northern end. So it may cause a little issue there as far as cycling goes. Even though this is the northern one's really still trying to produce a tornado, I can see the last little indication. And even here, there was a few times where it had that little knuckle appearance, where it could have produced a brief tornado on both times. Like one right there, and then another one before then. We'll go to that last frame, but the velocity was very weak at the time, so it would have had to been a small one. So Broxton, there's this little knuckle to your northeast, but this is nothing impressive at all. It would be an EF0 dust kicker. Okay, so that's a good point. Reminded myself, which I had forgotten. Let's look at this. All right, what is an EF0 tornado, you're asking, Aaron? All right, it's a tornado with 65 to 85 mile per hour winds. Minor damage, shingles blown off, a little bit of a roof peeled, gutter siding, branches broken off trees, that kind of deal. It's not a very strong tornado. If you're in a mobile home, you're likely even to survive an EF1, no problem. However, an EF0 rather. An EF1, you would not want to be in a mobile home. Here's a good picture of one that's overturned. Moderate damage, more significant roof damage, windows broken, exterior doors damaged or lost, mobile homes overturned or badly damaged. Majority of tornadoes, just so you know this, like 75% or so, are EF0 and EF1. That's a large percentage. Then you have the EF2s, 111, 135 miles per hour, considerable damage, roofs torn off, well-constructed homes shifted off their foundation, mobile homes completely destroyed, large trees snapped or uprooted, cars can be tossed. EF3, up to 165 miles per hour, severe damage, entire stories of well-constructed homes destroyed, significant damage done to large buildings, homes with weak foundations can be blown away, trees begin to lose their bark. Now it does show you examples here on the picture of EF3 damage. And if you notice, the structures are still standing. The majority of the structures are still there. So as long as you seek shelter in the middle, the takeaway here is EF0, EF1, EF2, EF3, not a mobile home, well-built structure, you're good to go. The EF4s and the F5s, those are the ones that are very, very destructive. All right, they sometimes don't leave much left behind. This couple of cases here, you got asphalt off the road, or you got a clean slab foundation. So what helps you offset that is obviously a better built home, more anchors to the slabs, which are actually bolted on, not left off. Some builders will skip, save a few bucks and not tie the anchors down, but with bolts and nuts. But outside of that, this doesn't happen that often. It's pretty rare. We're talking like 2% of all tornadoes total ever, maybe 2 to 3% for the EF4 and EF5s. Everything else is under that. So that's why these are very rare freak occurrences. But when they do happen, they are tragic. But even if you seek shelter in a well-built, structured homes, you can still survive. There are still plenty that do. And of course, there will be on the news. There will be some that don't, depending on what it hits, how well it's built. And unfortunately, that's just a part of life that we all have to contend with. But as far as how things usually work out, this is a good example as to how that structure is designed from the scale intensity, from the wind damage. Okay, let me look here at the latest model data here. And we're going to see how out to lunch the model is. So the model's had a couple of super cells down here in southwest Oklahoma, some other cells, maybe some hail north and west of the metro. Those haven't really gotten that strong, but we'll see if they do here momentarily. 7 o'clock, they have them getting much stronger. Then they have those two down there south going on in. More storms down on Lawton, Wichita Falls. There's more storms there in central and eastern parts of the metro area. By 9 o'clock, all that's out of here. Starts moving up toward Tulsa, and the heavy rain continues from Tulsa all the way down towards Sherman, and then moves in on eastern Oklahoma. 11 o'clock, there's midnight with a broken squall line. Some redevelopment here in central Oklahoma. This would just be some thunder, maybe a little bit of passing hail, but no risk of tornadoes or anything, just so you know that. So the biggest threat here, this window for the I-35 corridor, is roughly right around 8 o'clock as it passes through that region. All right, let me see if old Jeff's got anything. He's still got a nice picture of the wall cloud. He stays pretty close to those thunderstorms. So when he gets something, we'll put it back on and we can hear him talk about it. Let's see. No, they're not going to update that, so I'll take that off. Okay, here's a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Severe storms likely over the next 1 to 3 hours. All right, let me see what they have to say. Hold on. So, severe storms approaching southwestern Oklahoma City metro by 8 o'clock. Very strong winds and hail are expected along with tornadoes. Leading edge of a large-scale forcing for ascent is spreading across western Oklahoma. Early this evening, deep convection has finally responded to this forcing as increasing along the surging cold front and south along the dry line. Strongest supercells developed immediately ahead of the surface low over Kiowa County, and this storm should mature into a larger cluster as it propagates downstream into Caddo and northern Comanche counties. Very strong winds should ultimately evolve within this complex if upscale growth continues, although in the short term, very large hail is likely along with the threat of tornadoes. Leading edge of the severe should surge into western Oklahoma, western parts of Oklahoma City metro area by 8 o'clock. All right, so Weather Service, while I'm reading you that, came out with a note. Remember what I told you about those cells colliding and messing up the organization? So they also just noted this a moment ago. Storm Anadarko has become quite a bit more unorganized, with the trailing storm catching up to it and interfering with it. It's still trying to rotate and create something, however. All right, so you heard me say that to you, 5 minutes ago? So giving you an idea that, to let you know, I'm a radar meteorologist, so I see these things and I'll tell you what I see. And then when you see the Weather Service say the same thing a few minutes later, you know that you're listening to the right guy. They're not blowing smoke up your behind. All right, so in this case, it's just a cluster. If it stayed unorganized, it would be great, but I'm going to tell you what odds are, what usually happens. You get this little bit of a cell merger and disruption, and then eventually it calms down, and then it kind of homogenizes, and then it starts to get back to doing what it's supposed to do because it's still going into a favorable environment. So while it's temporarily disrupted, does not mean it'll stay that way. This is only a short-lived disruption. And unfortunately, likely by the time it gets to Chickasha, it should be well established of its typical rotation again, and probably a good mesocyclone, good wall cloud, and might even have a tornado by that point. Let's see other storms down here in Texas, just south of Granfield, all the way down to northwest Texas, Throckmorton, on etc. Okay, let's see about these ones up here in Oklahoma City. So let me switch to this radar here. Let's do this. All right, now if you remember, the high-res model had these storms northwest of town being a lot stronger than what they are, and they're not. So that's good. It's a good sign. So far the model's out to lunch a little bit, which is a good sign because the model is very aggressive today. So if it's already too aggressive on this stuff, fingers crossed, it's a little too aggressive on everything else, right? If we can all blow everything down a category, that'd be great. Okay. So these numbers you see on the screen on this particular radar map, these are dew point values. So I want to see where the juicy air is for this tornado potential to feed into. So you want dew point values in this particular environment to at least be in the mid-60s. So you've got mid-60s here in Oklahoma City proper, all the way down south along the Red River, upper 60s down here in parts of southern Oklahoma. So that's the trail of moisture, the theta E axis I was talking about, that they will feed into. Let me see if I have that on here. Let's see. I'll show you a few indices for the environment that this is working into. Okay, so I have the CAPE value, which is a measure of instability overlaid. CAPE values are in the 1200 to 1500 joules, so the models did fairly decent at forecasting CAPE values in the 1500s to around 2000, which is pooling right around the cold front area, and that's why these dew points here into the mid 60s. So there's some enhanced CAPE values right along that boundary, which is typical for dew points to pool. Let's see what else do we have here. Energy helicity index just shows you how much energy is available in the atmosphere. It's a term, really, if it's over a 1, it can go much higher. I mean, it can go to 3. But 1's fine, it's adequate. It just says there's enough ingredients to get something going. Let's go to, toggle that off. I want to do significant tornado parameter. Turn this off. Okay, significant tornado parameter. Right now it's about a 0.5 to 0.8 to 1, 0.7 up here. Looks like it's a 0.8. Really, this number needs to be a little bit higher. A significant tornado is an EF2 or greater. Let's take a look at the supercell composite parameter. It's around a 2. There's a 3. In this environment, there's a 4 coming right into that strong supercell. So that kind of shows you there's a little small favorable pocket of indices right ahead of the supercell storm that's feeding into it. Outside of it, it drops off a little bit, 2s to 3s to 1s. So what I really want to show you is, let me see if this will give me the idea. If it's not, I'll go to another map. No, it won't. Okay. That's fine. All right, we'll go back to this guy. Let's see. I'll get back to radar here in a second. I thought think it's only on the bigger view. Yeah, it was. Alright. Now that I know where it is, let's go back. Okay, so we're looking at short range model data, and this is going to go through, let's see, there's 6, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock right here, there's 7 o'clock. So what happens is these purples and these darker greens, they come in to right here in this little area. All right, this is right ahead of that little surface low, little meso low in the cold front. So this is what we call pooling of moisture, but it also happens to be the axis of the theta E. The theta E axis is where these storms will like to travel over to do their business. And that axis extends just on the south side of Oklahoma City, through Chickasha, and then back out toward Lawton. And this is at the 7 o'clock hour. Now, when I put this into the next hour, that axis now shifts to the east and kind of washes out a bit. But what usually happens is a low level jet kicks in and it picks back up. And here's the next hour after that. So there's 9 o'clock, and sure enough, there's that axis, like a triangle, that comes in like this. All right. So that means this is the nose. So as these storms continue to propagate through this nose, the threat for a tornado will continue with it. And of course, everything is moving to the east per hour. So up until about midnight is how this ought to play out. And so as that storm gets into that environment, starts to ride it east, you know, it should do much more. Okay, so let's go back here. The radar view in Anadarko, same kind of idea. You got some hail on the north side of town. Let's see, this is the updated tornado warning here from a couple minutes ago. Let's see,
SL detected.
warning remains in effect
SL detected.
until 7. Confirmed, tornado is located 4 miles southwest of Anadarko, moving east-northeast at 40. Tornado will pass very near or just south of Anadarko. Large hail is also likely. Damaging tornado and tennis ball size hail. All right. Now this on radars finally looks like a legitimate tornado. So the intensity picked up here on this this scan and the following scan. What's interesting though, let me see something. No, the original one collapsed. This track is for the old weak tornado that was embedded within it. We have kind of one that's rotating on the outside of that mesocyclone, on the north side, or rotating back in. That's where this guy is, and it's weak too. But at least it is there, and that may not last much longer, or that may rotate back in. But the original ones are gone. So here's the rotation track within that one on the north side. So this is Anadarko, and this is on East Petrie Road. And let's see what you're crossing. Oh, that's east of Highway 8 and Petrie Road. That was where that's located. So that's a potential tornado there, rotating on the northern side of the mesocyclone, trying to rotate back in. We'll see what happens with that, if it gets any stronger or if it gets any weaker. So the new warning that came out for this one just now. Tornado warning for central Grady County and southeastern Caddo till 7:45. Spotters reported a tornado 4 miles south-southwest of Anadarko, moving northeast at 40, damaging wind, golf ball size hail. Okay, so same wording. Chickasha, Blanchard, Anadarko, Verdon, Amber, Norge, Middleburg, Tabler, Ninica, and Laverty, all in the path of this one. All right, so let's do a track on that. This guy. So it's got Chickasha at 718. Probability of a tornado is 56%. Now, normally, now it's getting dark. You really need, and that's the other thing is, I mean, it's pretty low light anyway already, and you really need a strong velocity signature on radar to verify a tornado, because it's going to be hard with the lightning and then storm spotters trying to see through something that may be rain wrapped or in a huge rotating low end bowl of the ground, and you're going to get a lot of false reports in that case. So radar signatures have become very important once we kind of get to this level of the warning process. Okay, so this has wrapped up a little bit more. So the initial little circulation that I pointed out since vacated diminished.
Cell detected.
A new one is just now forming.
Strong mesocell detected.
A little broad.
Severe
It's in this area here though. Let me look aloft. Yeah. We'll see if it tightens up, but it'll be in this vicinity here, and we'll see if something comes of it. So that's the new development of a potential tornado developing. Let's see, where are we at? We're at North Road 2690 and East Road 1370. And that puts it about about 4 miles southeast of Anadarko. From Verdon, 6 miles to the southwest of you. Clear that. So we'll see what happens with this. And you guessed it, it's over open farmland. See, one little farmhouse looks like here. So not a highly populated area. Alright, it's still messy though, the storm structure, and because it still has this, it's like his little brother wanted to go along for the ride, and he's hanging onto his leg, and the bigger brother's walking, dragging, he's like, would you let go of me already? That's kind of what's happened. The little brother's hanging on, and that's just still disrupting things a bit. So we'll see what happens. Overall, it's still going to take a minute to clean that up. Along the Red River, we're likely to see this turn into a developing tornado. Probability is 86%. Let's see what it looks like on velocity data. Oof, all outbound. All right. So we'll see what happens with it once it starts to get a little more mature, a little bit better organized. All right, this box here, mesoscale discussion. Okay, we read that one already. Let's see here. Go to Oak City. We'll get a different radar view, and we'll see if it's any different from this angle. This is so chaotic. So we're looking at the next 10 minutes before this particular tornado warned area gets into Chickasha. After that, it'll be about 7:30 from Middleburg, and Blanchard, Newcastle about 7:45, and Norman just before 8 is the path of this particular tornadic storm. So we've got some products that we use on the radar. Once a tornado is certain, both reflectivity, structure, velocity data, we can also look at the cross-correlation coefficient, which in layman's terms is our debris signature. And then we'll be able to tell whether or not it's a big damaging tornado kicking up debris, because it'll pick up trees and farm animals, whatever it may hit, and loft them up in the air. The radar beam hits that and is smart enough to know that's not a tiny drop of liquid, that is a very big obstacle, and it kicks back a different return on the power structure. And then the algorithms kick in and go, okay, we're going to paint this area blue, and a lot of it. The more these bigger objects there are, and the more chaotic they are in size and shape. So instead of being a more uniform or oval, it'll be, or oblong, it'll be, rectangular, for example. So that makes a difference in that detection. There's a little circulation still that's kind of coming into Verdon. It's not strong by any stretch of the imagination. It's kind of a weak, but it's in here. So again, Verdon, I'd just be in your shelters. It's really messy right around here, and there's a lot of contamination. Some interesting structures on radar usually don't see here. And so the radar's having a tough time. I think we have some contamination. That's why it basically has dual potential tornadoes. And that's not going to happen in this case. Odds are this one's legit and this one isn't. But that's just southwest of town by about 2 miles. So be in your shelters for that.
Extreme mesocell detected.
There's a lot of noise. So this yellow line is spectrum noise. Spectrum noise is a deviation of particles going in various directions. And that can indicate either noise in the air or a signal. And in this particular case, it's a combination of both. The signal for particles moving different directions due to the weather part, the wind down here. But I think this is noise from other contaminants. And that's why the radar's having a tough time picking this one out. Alright, so we're going to watch this as it comes in Oklahoma City. Now keep in mind, even though there's been official tornado warning and there's been a few people that have said they saw some dust or something, there has not been any reports of damage from a tornado that I'm aware of. There has not been any strong radar indications either of a strong tornado. So if anything, it's been a EF0 type, a weak one. So Weather Service is now talking about this little triangle spot I mentioned, southwest of Verdon, that people are calling it a tornado at this point in time. This is on East Road 1350, County Street 2730. That'll be coming up on County Street 2740. And so here in just a second, coming on the south of Verdon. It looks like it'll probably pass about a mile and a half. We'll see what the new update says. So there, if you're there, just stay in your shelters until this little section passes you. Yeah, this is what's left of it. This guy right here. South side of town, now 1 mile. So this is on County Road 1340 and coming up on intersection of 2760. Very, very weak signature on radar. So far, all these have been very, very weak. Okay, so we're going to go back into Oklahoma City on this one because I want to look at start looking at the bad wind profile. Let's go to Oklahoma City, Twin Lakes. And then we're going to look at that other map I was looking at before. This one. All right, on the satellite, infrared satellite view, only one storm has a really strong overshooting top area, and that's the one we're looking at. And honestly, it's not quite an overshooting top with a nice structure that I like to see. So it's still not quite where it needs to be. Let's see. Front itself, really pushing through the El Reno area. It's a gust of, looks like 40 miles per hour. Here's a gust of 62 miles per hour back behind the surface low in that supercell. So the front is doing something like this. Osage County, just west of Stillwater, through Guthrie, El Reno. Looks like Minco, back to around Chickasha. So that's where the front is. And of course there's our surface low. And you can see how the winds are coming in more of an easterly fetch, which is favorable for continued development of tornadoes. And dew point values in the green here are all into the 60s, so close to upper 60s to feed in. So atmosphere is set up at the surface. Let's see what it looks like aloft. Okay, and okay, a couple things here, both good and bad. We have a good, strong east-southeast surface wind up to the first 3 to 4 kilometers, and then it changes over to a south to southwest. This turning with height through the first 9-10 kilometers is really good for supercell structure. A couple of weaknesses. There is some weak winds here, around 3,000 to 4,000 feet it looks like. So that's bad for tornadoes, doesn't help them out. And then the winds become more uniform from 10,000 up. They back out to more of a south direction. So it's a little sloppy. It's not as clean what would be a hodograph. Could be a slight limiting factor. Now, it should improve for producing tornadoes as we go through the evening, but that's what we have to work with right now. All right, let me go back to Oak City. Oh, let's see here. All right, I mentioned earlier the low-level rotation tracks, right, that we're tracking. So it started to become a little bit more congealed. And you can see how this line, lost my thing there. Hang on, I had to reload my pointer. I was moving too fast for it. Alright, this is my little arrow. This is a low level rotation tracks. You can see how the white is. It means it's stronger low level rotation here as it's coming into Chickasha. So if you were to put the column on it, it's doing something like this, right? So that takes it into Norman for the rotation track. Now if you remember the high-res model data we looked at, that's exactly what it had indicated, a long track helicity track. So this would be what you call a helicity track. This is where the rotation would be located in. All right, so let's, what time is it, 7? Let me go see something. Okay, it's not in yet. So the National Weather Service launched a new balloon sounding that they normally do in the evening to sample the atmosphere. We're going to look at that here in a minute. I'm looking at the text on it. The air is much more moist near the surface and low levels. The cap is weakened and the shear is strong, around 20 knots. So we can kind of get a sneak peek of that when we look at the bad wind profile, which I already did a moment ago. So that's what this is here. But as I pointed out before, we had a little weakness in a uniform linear wind field here, and we have a little weakness in the wind speeds around 4,000 feet. So those two are going in our favor. Now, they, like I said, they should improve, but that's what we got to work with. And that could easily improve in the next half hour as these storms are moving in. Because remember, like I said before, this is a race to the finish line at the very last minute. In other words, all that moisture and instability is trying to come in right as the main energy from the upper system comes in from the west. They're trying to time it out right on the I-35 corridor as these storms move in. So it's literally just trying to come all together at the last minute. We'll see what happens. All right, so let's take a look at the wind field here. Really sloppy. I'm telling you, this is this supercell has been very underperformative when it comes to a distinct mesocyclone and tornado generation. It has not lived up to its potential, and because probably of the tag along we talked about before, and it not quite getting in the most ideal environment. But reflectivity, I've not been impressed up to this point, but that could change at any moment just because it's coming to that environment. And we do see these little bitty spin-ups that just happen. So this one just happened, for example. I would call this a little baby satellite type tornado. And this is east of Verdun, it looks like. Let me look aloft.
Cell detected.
So what happens is you get these little vorticity spin-ups that come around the edge, and they come back in here, and they get like a little baby type tornado. That's what we have here. That is on County Road 2802 and 1320, and that is from the Chickasha area 1, 2, 3, 4 miles northwest. And if it's like the other ones, it'll be here this scan and then gone the next. But that's where that one's located. All right, let me deal with this. As typical, the weather guy's phone blows up when there's the storms. Way too much nonsense. Okay, 6:30. All right, let's take Jeff's feed. Let's see, a new scan just came in. That same little satellite small tornado's still there. So in this case, I believe, is this an update to the Polygon 705? No, it's the old one, still the same. Potential tornado and golf ball size hail. Chickasha, Blanchard, Verdun, Amber, Middleburg, and Tabler. Let's see here. Yeah. All right. Close that. Let's see what Jeff's stream looks like in the dark. So he's getting into position somewhere. All right. Oh, let me go back to this map. So the probability of a small tornado on EF0 is around 27% coming in this environment. Meets all the criteria. In some cases barely, in some cases exceeds it for a small tornado. For a significant tornado, in other words, EF2 or stronger, it does not. They're all still not cohesive yet. So that's good news. We'll see what happens. Okay. And it could be that things just don't quite, get perfect until it's all just east of the Oklahoma City metro area. It'll be fine by me. Let's go switch radar views. And while that's happening, let me see if any of my gas streams are up. I'm telling you, man, when you have to point at clouds in the middle of the night and squint and say, is that something? Is that not something? It looks like dust, but I can't tell. It's tough. You've really got to have good radar data. Sometimes it's very difficult to see. All right, well, that's loading. So in this particular case, tracking where the potential rotation would be for developing tornado would be Amber, 724, Blanchard 739, Newcastle 745, Norman 756, and Hall Park at 758. So I gave you some times a little earlier off the cuff, and that looks like that's what that is. And this is moving to the east at 47 miles per hour. Tornado warning continues until 7:45. Now we're looking southwest Oklahoma City. It's around Amber and coming up on Blanchard, Tuttle. Tuttle being on the heavy rain side of it, and even the hail is kind of a little south of you. Looks like that hail core probably go through Amber and then right up into Newcastle and more. So you guys, looks like you're in the path for the hail. Whereas the potential tornado right now is in the path from currently just northeast of Chickasha through Blanchard into Norman. That's the way things look right now. Probability of a tornado is 90%. So the atmospheric indices like the idea of a storm in this environment producing a tornado. That's pretty strong. The question is, why is it not, right? And not meaning, let's just say significant, because as I said, we've had these little baby, what I'm calling them satellite tornadoes so far, EF0s, but nothing that has been what we would consider classic. So here we go. There's that little baby. The new it was there, and then the new scan came in, and it's gone.
TVS cell detected. Moderate mesocell detected. Severe hail detected.
Alright, so we're basically just watching at this point. Again, there is still an official tornado warning. So you treat it as such, and you still seek shelter. If anything, you rest easy that there is either not one confirmed, or at least not a strong one confirmed when you do seek shelter. But you still seek shelter. And sometimes they lift, and then they it's a funnel a lot of times. And that funnel will be there. And then it doesn't always touch back down. See what else is going on here in southern Oklahoma. This guy down here had a probability of producing a tornado earlier. Still does, 86%. But it's all outflow down. It looks like a junk storm. I think what we're seeing is the atmosphere is loaded, but the storms aren't taking advantage of it. and I see this a lot. As a meteorologist, you look at all these parameters like, whoa, wow, something bad's going to happen. And then you get into reality and you're like, why is it not doing it? Everything else says it should be doing it. Our algorithm said it should do it. Our data we're looking at said it should do it, but it's not. What are we missing? It's just the way it goes. I mean, there's still a lot of meteorology we have left to learn. But what that does teach you, if you're paying attention, is to don't always believe your own hype. Don't always believe the model data. Take it with a grain of salt sometimes. Look at it and go, yeah, that's impressive. We'll see. Have more of that attitude. Still give the information, but just don't scream Chicken Little over it, because it may not turn out to be much. And that's just for your own sanity. Then try to figure out why it didn't do it. But usually in this day and age, it's on to the next one. Forgotten already. There's another storm coming up I gotta get some clicks over. So that's, it's a weird environment we're in. But in this particular case, so far we've been pretty good with this. However, I still don't think we're going to stay good with it. In other words, I think it will at some point deteriorate to that point. I keep saying we're getting better and better into the dynamics in the surface environment. So it should, turn south as far as producing a tornado. It's just right now it's still in a fighting state. In other words, this supercell here, structure, still has the tag along, and what happens is you get a northeastward track. So you get anvil blow off, all right? You get anvil blow off. Well, you get subsidence or sinking air in various places around a thunderstorm, because remember, if it's going up in one area, it has to come down in other areas. And so there's just a lot of messy things that happen with cell interactions. If you can sometimes get, for example, let's say you get the storm here, right? The supercell, it looks like this. It's a kidney bean looking thing. And then you can get like a little baby cell here. And that baby cell goes right in here and feeds it. Now, a couple things happen. A brief disruption, but because that contains its own vorticity and strength in that core, it merges and can sometimes help ramp up or develop a tornado, or kind of kick one up another notch, and sometimes it can disrupt it. But this is a little more certain of an outcome than this glob in the way it's oriented. But either way, interactions can change things dramatically at that very small level. All right. We'll watch from a little baby satellite tornado here south of Amber by about 1-2 miles in this little triangle. Let's see, do I have any winds kicking in here on this map? Let me make sure I don't have any thing I'm missing here.
TBS cell detected. Moderate mesocell detected.
Just hold on with me one more second. So flash flood warnings come out. All right, I got you. Just shoot me back a message here if you see anything. Alright, I had to go through like 30 things to clear off my phone so I could do that. Okay, so storms coming in here to the southwest part and west side of town. It's a convoluted, embedded supercell into a broken line. We're just kind of waiting to see if it tries to produce a tornado or not as it comes into town. It has not looked like what a supercell would normally look like. It's dirty, it's messy, and that's fine with me, just so you know. I know some of you will send me messages asking me what it's like at my house, and I'm sorry I'm broadcasting live to tens of thousands and thousands of thousands, so I won't be able to answer everybody's question when they send them to me. Put it this way, if I'm talking about it, you need to hear it. If I'm not talking about you, it's because it's not about you, and it may not even be about you, which is good. That's where you want it to be. You want me to never mention your town's name or anything when we're talking about a traumatic storm. So I focus on where the action is, and we'll sit there and watch it, and that's because the rest of you are fine. That goes back earlier when I think I said 99.9% of us, will be fine tonight because of that. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's zoom in. All right, what do we have? Anything? We really don't. We really don't. Let me switch to the Oklahoma City terminal Doppler radar. Turn this off. Alright, let me do the VIP window again. So the winds have picked up from that weakened area around 4,000 feet, so the wind speed has increased. So that happened as predicted. It took it about 18 minutes for that to happen. Now, if we can get these winds around 6 to 10,000 feet to back a little bit more, or to veer a little bit more, then it's very much more conducive for tornadoes. It's conducive enough, but not perfect. Okay, so back in here. Let's see what we got here. Alright. Let me split this panel. See what's going on in southwest Oklahoma. Nothing. Nice squall line developing though along the dry line out here in west Texas and west central. And here in Oklahoma we have this broken line of a meaty supercell embedded with a bunch of junk around it. Probability of a tornado, 93%. It has not performed as expected, as an underperformer. I heard a little bit of lightning here at the house. I now have a north wind at 16 miles per hour. So the cold front is through my area here in Edmond. So that means I don't have to worry about a tornado threat here on the northwest side of town. And I can show you that here on the map in a second. And otherwise, cloud structure moving in. There's your lightning on the base. from AT's weather cam.
TVS cell detected.
All right. Let's see here. So if we go back here, so the storms you see, Marshall, Crescent, Piedmont, they're just garden variety thunderstorms, okay? A little bit of rain and lightning. Stretches up to Enid, Newkirk, up into Osage County. So nothing to write home about, don't worry about it. Maybe some small hail. The big storm is down here coming on the west side, coming from El Reno to Yukon. Let's see, here's a nice wind gust here of what, 58 miles per hour, southwest of El Reno. So it does have some damaging wind. It takes 58 mile per hour winds for damaging wind, just so you know. So this little bowing structure is usually what that indicates. You have some damaging straight line winds that come in out of that. So we could look at that and see. So if you go up here to the northern sides of the map to Yukon to Mustang, this little blue area is up around 60 plus miles per hour. So let's go up here so we can plot it for you. Whoa. There we go. All right. So from Yukon to Mustang, 50, 60, there was a 65, 67, 50, 60, 61, 63. There was another 65. There's a 71 mile per hour wind there, all the way through Mustang. So that's where this little wall of wind is a straight line wind. So anywhere from 50 to 60 to 70 miles per hour. All right, and then we'll zoom in a little bit for you. So that's coming into Bethany, so right along 66. So it stretches back in, of course, Yukon, passes across State Highway 4 along I-40, back down here to 152, where it curls back north out of Mustang to coming in toward the airport area. And then it kind of drops off the winds by the time it gets to Blancett Road, so just south of the old 152, on the county line road, really. And the winds kind of drop off there. So the strongest winds in this little neighborhood that is just on the east side of Morgan Road, and then up here, Sequoia Park looks like. What is this? Zoom in. Here we go. Ellsworth. Here's 4, so just west of 4 in some of these neighborhoods on Yukon, Glenda Drive. So those are where you got winds up to around 65. So some straight line winds there coming in the west side of Oklahoma City. Now keep in mind, the straight line winds can do as much damage as a small tornado, like an EF0. We've got to go back to our scale, which EF0 is 65 to 85 mile per hour winds. So that's how you can get straight line wind damage. Like some people say that was a tornado that hit. Well, it could have just been an EF, or could have been just straight line winds. Look at Petrosky's video while I'm at. Yeah, he's just driving in heavy rain. All right, let's go back here to the radar view. Yeah, it's 78 miles per hour now. That's picking up a little bit more. That was from the Oklahoma City radar. The next radar is a little weaker than that. Oh, there's some. 75, there's 80, there's 83, 81. There we go. So that's in that little pocket of wind just south of Yukon. On the, well, not south of, but on the south end here of Yukon. Right along I-40. That's where the strongest winds are. Back out here to the one around Blanchard. Again, this storm has underperformed. Models had this thing looking like a significant tornado coming into the metro from the southwest, and it has not achieved that look. Let's see here. This little blue area still up around 70 plus. The tornado warning, or if you're wondering why I haven't really put a lot of attention on this, is because there's nothing there. But I always tell you to keep staying in your shelters in case something does happen quickly. At least you're already prepared. But at this point, you just breathe easy. All right. Now the track, the best track, if there would be a tornado in this environment, right now it's over open farmland, just so you know. You heard me say that a few times tonight. North of Middleburg by like, I think, 3 miles. Yeah, 4 miles. Track here in yellow. It's going to take it south of Newcastle, right up on the intersection of 9, 62 and 9, and the H.E. Bailey. And eventually, if you extend this track up, it would take it into the west side of Norman after that. And again, that's closer to 8. All right, so the Weather Service is going to drop the tornado warning for part of this area, and they're just going to watch that little spot outlined northwest of Blanchard. And that's it. So they'll keep an eye on this little region. All right. I'm disappointed in these indices. Probability of a tornado 92%. Because it's junk. And this is actually experimental for the last couple of years. So a lot more work needs to go into it. It is not performing well. That's fine. There's a tool, guidance. Poor guidance, but guidance nonetheless. Man, I hope I get some rain. I have not seen most of those events we had in September that we did have. I had got nothing out of it. I need more rain. Now, some of you are probably getting some flooding. I'll tell you what, let me do that. First off, quick look at the wind again, see if anything's changed. So 50 to 60 mile per hour winds out here coming on the west side of town. It'll be coming up on the Hefner Parkway here momentarily. So 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, typical standard severe storm in Oklahoma. All right, now let's go look at rainfall. Oh, you know what? I could probably do this. Let me see here. Can I get an idea how much rain's fallen with the supercell storm? All right, so where the heaviest track was of that circulation, there's 1 to 2 inches all the way back to its inception. And then north of there was another little batch here, 2 to almost 3 inches of rain. So you can get some brief flash flooding with rainfall amounts that are in excess of 1 inch in an hour. Here in Hennessy is another little batch here, around 1 to 2 inches of rain. And up here in northern Oklahoma, anywhere from about 1 inch or less. So there's an update on the updated. There's an update on the rainfall totals so far. All right. I still have a northeast wind. I'm right along the cold front. Looks like these winds are coming down a little bit more. I don't see any 70s or 80s like we did a moment ago. Yeah, well, that's good. Okay. so on my AT's weather app, I got a dangerous storm approaching. So when you get that, it means a few things. It could have a potential tornado with it. It could have some hail, some lightning, damaging winds. So when you get that, you usually get a heads up when it's about 25 minutes away, for example. My particular case here, let me click on it. I know, again, some of you are having some trouble for some reason on the iPhone, which is really strange. It just stopped working. You can try to reinstall it after you delete it, reboot your phone, then reinstall. And usually that takes care of it. If that didn't fix it, then there's something else from Apple that's screwing it up, and I'd have to dig into that. Okay, so for example, I have a storm and it has an arrow. And if I click on that arrow, that little box, little white box right there, I can click then on that white box, and then it pops up this guy. And then I can drag this little indicator here. I can get time of arrival in all the cities, and then it'll tell me what's in the storm. So this particular part of the storm, it says TVS. Now, TVS stands for Tornado Vortex Signature. And it's got hail size of 1 inch, probability of hail 100%, probability of severe hail of 30%. So there's a lot of things you can look at when you click on a lot of stuff that comes up on the app. And that's tracking a meso-low circulation center. And that meso-low circulation center is what's kicking out those straight line winds coming in the west side of Oklahoma City. So let me show you what that means. Okay, so let's see if I can show it to you here. The fix, I can't read that.
The fix isn't working and my app is down too.
Really? So it's an iPhone. It's an Apple issue.
It's an Apple issue. Just so you know.
Thanks, Jody. All right, so sorry guys, Apple screwed the pooch. I don't know what they did, but they broke my app. It was working fine, so Android's still working. Go Android. Okay, so let me go back to the straight line wind and the mid-level circulation. Okay, so the mid-level circulation looks like it's right about here. It's northwest of Bethany. And that's really what it is. It's an area of low pressure in the just off the surface of the Earth in that mess of storms. All right, so it's basically a rotation center. And what happens is you get winds that come out ahead of it like this in a downdraft fashion. That's the straight line wind component. But you also have winds that will come back around it, and that's the spinning component. So since that's a spin in the atmosphere, my app then notifies that and goes, hey, that's a dangerous storm. I got an area of rotation. So then it checks it off on its list of indices, and then it sends you an alert. And then it watches it, and then it'll give you updated alerts with more information as that changes. But anyway, that's what's happening there with the straight line winds. Let's go back here to this map. See if I see anything else of interest. No. Even that old circulation center northeast of Blanchard, still nothing to write home about. Which is good, but here's the time of arrival for you guys in Norman. You can see it crosses over 35 at 56 after the hour, and then right in downtown, well, it's just south of downtown Norman there at 8 o'clock. So at least you know when to expect that residual mid-level circulation area. That's all it is right now. If it were to decide to tighten up, though, again, to produce a tornado, that's also where that would be. It has not done so in a long time. There are current no changing indices that would suggest otherwise immediately, but things can change in a few minutes at a time. So Weather Service did went ahead and issue a new tornado warning for this, though. Severe storm capable, notice the change in words. There has been no storm spotter confirmation. No one's seen anything that looks like it may be dust on the ground. So it's capable of producing a tornado. Located near Blanchard, moving east-northeast at 35. Tennis ball size hail possible, radar indicated circulation. Flying debris, of course, will be possible. The far southeastern Oklahoma City, Norman, southeastern Moore, Newcastle, Blanchard, Noble, Goldsby, Cole, Etowah, Stella, Lake Thunderbird, and Little Axe. Hail up to size of 2.5 inches. Alright, so that's this little red polygon here. Probability of a tornado is still up around 90%. Let's do a storm track on that. So there's your latest, expires at 8:30. Moving east. Norman's 8:05, Hull Park 8:09 for that circulation area. So the warning, when I read off all those cities, on the warning itself, they allow a much greater window for notification purposes, but in reality for the track, it's not that wide. It doesn't hit that many people. This is more of a closer, more accurate track for that, which they'll take it here in Norman here soon. But you can see it's north of Goldsby, north of Noble, south of Newcastle, the split, south of Moore. So this is mostly just for a Norman type deal the next 10 minutes. Let me see if there's anything circulation center wise it's a little better. No. Hail size in the purple, 2 to 2.5 inches. 2 to 2.5 inches. So there's your 2.5 inch hail, your tennis ball size hail in the wording embedded within this storm. Biggest hail size is going to be up along, well, we're coming into Goldsby here soon, but 290th and May Avenue. And the secondary one up here, of course, on the Turnpike, Highway 9, Quail Haven, and 277-62. Let's see, Train Storm Spotter says hail was 1.8 inches in diameter. So it's just bigger than golf ball. And there's another report of some hail, golf ball size hail, Highway 9 and 62. Alright, this guy says he sees a rotating wall cloud southwest of location. Saw it in lightning. Alright, now I don't know who the guy is, but remember, nighttime spotting, and if he's watching at it underneath this heavy rain, trying to look through it, it's going to be difficult. So let's see. There's a big line of hail coming at you toward Norman, by the way. I'm going to look at that more closely in a second. Nope, nothing structure-wise on velocity data. So right now this would be turning into a hailstorm for you guys just south of Moore through Norman and between you and Newcastle. That's where the hail is. So right now this has become a hailstorm.
TVS cell detected. Moderate measles cell detected. Severe hail detected.
Alright, backing up, we do have a cluster of storms down south in southern Oklahoma and North Texas. All severe warned, and then you have the rain up north, then you have this little severe storm warned cell going through Orlando and Perry with some lightning and hail with it. Hail up looks like a little over an inch in diameter. That's the minimum for severe thunderstorm criteria. And it's like a mesoscale discussion up here into Kansas and northeast Oklahoma. I'll have to go take a look at that and see what that's about. So we'll just focus on you guys in Norman. I'm sure there's been sirens sounded to be in your shelters. There is no tornado at the moment. You're in the path of what was a long time, really weak circulation area for it, but it really hasn't done much at all, its entire environment. its entire life cycle. All right, let's go to some hail. Let me look at what I've got here for you. We're going to zoom in, and I'm going to overlay this region here, and then I'm going to look at my parameters here. ZDR, CC, and KDP. So we have a mixture of all hail types, all hail sizes, from like a lot of small hail thrown into one to some big chunks mixed in, some of it melting. So it's giving off different looks on radar in each of these different cores. So it's not like just a solid wall of, baseballs coming down. It's not like that. It's not uniform. Let's see. The biggest hail is coming in on Robinson Street, coming in just west of 35. So that's where the biggest hail is. All right, let's take a look at that in another way. It is coming down though, man. I am getting some heavy rain at the house. Okay, so visually, wow, great B-weir structure right here. This is the weakness, the B-weir structure. This is the column where you would get your tornadic circulation in this area. That would be your developing tornado should that occur. And then here is where you get your hail core that dumps down just north of that. That's where you get your largest hail. And so you can see the loft, this little darker purple area right there. So if I go to the ISO surface and then we strip it down, I'm at 60 dBz. So let's go to 65 dBz. So these are your really big hailstones here. So you can see how the hail isn't all over the place. It's kind of in this one little core area loft. And some of this is going to, drop down. And this guy's going to drop down to the surface. Pretty neat. So it's a healthy supercell storm with lots of hail in this little area. We should get some hail reports out of this, by the way, here soon. Here's one just came in, nickel-size hail. Of course, torrential rain. Anything up here, rest of Oklahoma City. Again, keep in mind if I'm not talking about your areas because there is nothing to talk about. It's standard, typical garden variety thunderstorm in Oklahoma. The strongest storm is down here on the south side of town around Norman. The developing what would be potential circulation would be around Goldsby, between there and Norman. I think I may have heard a hailstone hit the house here a moment ago. That's what it sounds like. But here in Edmond, it's just really, really heavy rain. So it'd be small hail mixed in. So again, if you're in Oklahoma City itself, you're Edmond, you don't have to worry about tornadoes right now. Matter of fact, you shouldn't have to worry at all. The supercell that's potentially able to cause one is down here on the south end. And it's quickly moving across I-35, so it won't be much longer. And it'll be out of the Noble and Norman area. I've gotten half an inch of rain with a rain rate of 6 inches per hour, man. That's insane. Here it says extreme. What does that say? Yep, I barely can read on the map here. So some extreme rainfall, and of course you can't really see much. All right. So the wind speeds aloft are good, like for producing severe weather and supercells, but the directional shear is still not quite as promised from the models earlier. This is going to limit the tornado potential a little bit. And that's looking at Oklahoma City area. Alright, so let's just kind of focus in on Norman, because right now you got a heck of a wind and rainmaker, right? Let's go back. Yeah, let's do this. There's two areas of wind. Here in Moores is on the east side. Southwest 104th Street is up around 50 to 60, Air Depot. So 50 to 60 in that little pocket there. And then Norman itself, you should be having some good winds coming in on the southwest side of town. Let me switch over to this guy. And we'll see what it shows. Alright, so in Norman itself, the little pink areas, 60, 63, so 60 to 65 mile per hour winds going through Norman right now, especially the northwest side. Either where you see pink on the map peppered in, that's where you get those wind speeds there. No tornado with this, even though there's a tornado warning, still not a tornado at this point in time. Wow, a really neat looking gravity wave structure out of this complex. Just basically walls of wind that come down one after another, rotating through. It's pretty impressive. Okay, so we'll leave that there. And then I may change. I'll leave this one going for now. We'll have to keep an eye on what happens down here in southern Oklahoma, from Duncan to Ryan eventually. See if anything tries to get going supercellular wise. In other words, it had to be embedded in the line because it's already kind of forming a line. Usually once you get a line, it's a solid squall line, so it's hard to get a supercell. You can get one sometimes that develop out ahead of it, or there could be like a hybrid but in the line itself, but more than likely we end up with more of a QLCS type tornado aspect, which is spinning, little spin-ups along the leading edge. So I have to wait to see if that happens. Let me shoot an email real quick. Alright, gotta do a little work. Looks like when it rains it pours. Looks like my website may have had too many hits and went down. Means I have to reboot it. I need 3 of me. Anyway, strong winds in Norman, hail in Norman. You know the deal. Let me go back. Let's do this one. Still got some pink areas Pink areas correlate to DBZ values that are above 60. And when you see them above 60, the threshold really for small hail is about 55 dBz. But every like 5 above that, the hail size takes a step bigger, right? So you get 60 dBz, you're looking at some decent sized hail. It's probably close to about 1 inch in diameter. You step it up to 65 dBz, you're probably looking at about golf balls. It's just kind of generic rule of thumb. You get to 70 dBz or higher, you're usually looking at 2+ size inch of hail. That's the big hail, bigger than eggs. Then it kind of goes up from there. But that's usually the kind of the dBz scale when you want to correlate that with hail size. All right, now of course in Norman, you know, you guys streets are made horribly for drainage. You're going to get brief flash flooding in the city while this supercell's on top of you, because remember, it has a history of dumping anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of rain in about a 1 hour time frame. Heck, my deal here, and I'm not even under the supercell, because we've tapped into that moisture theta e-axis, I'm tapping into almost 7 inches of rain per hour rainfall rate. So I've got over 1 inch of rain here at the house, and it hasn't been that long. So, woohoo! I got some good rain. Been needing it, wanted it, so now I got it, because my foundation, man, big cracks, and that's not good. You're not supposed to let those cracks happen, right? Alright, let's see what's going on down here. I think I'm going to have to switch. Yeah. Let's update our warning, movement. Just thunderstorm. Again, officially though, I always got to put the old caveat out there. It is an official tornado warning, so you always make sure you seek shelter. But I can tell you there has not been a tornado with us for quite some time, and there's debatable even as to what type of tornadoes they even did it produce, all the way back from the early days, or early start. Moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. This one expires in 25 minutes. Of course, track on this now is currently, this is the back end of it, Norman, Clear, and then Hall Park, just on the back side of where the heavy rain and the wind is. So that'll just be a few more minutes. It's moving pretty quick though. Okay, you see all these white things on the map? We're going to look at these. Norman, man, you guys really come through on your ping reports. Ping reports are what you can submit to the National Weather Service. Let me show you what it looks like. Where we went? This guy. So these are ping reports, and the map is terrible to see this color, but where you see these little flashing, those are all reports that have come in the last, I got this on a 1 hour loop, right? And then each one is a different category. So if I show you like a legend, give you an idea. So here's the MPing legend, and if you get hail, they're in quarter-inch increments from 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 10, right? There's wind damage, there's flooding, there's rain, different things you can report. Okay, so let's go back to the radar. In this particular case, we have, let me see, do this one. Category hail, there's pea size. All right, here's one that's ping pong ball, 1.5. Here's one that's 1 inch. Here's one that's $half. Here's looks like 0.75. Here's a 2 inch hen egg size, 1 inch size. Down here in Norman, hen egg plus 2.25 inches, 2 inches. So you guys, 2 inches, got some good hail in Norman. There's 1 inch, 1 inch. there's another one, 1 inch. So you guys got quite a hailstorm there in Norman tonight. So for all the roofers, you can flock once again to Norman. And yes, this is what happened in the spring when Norman got that wind-driven hail last time. That's twice this year, which makes your insurance companies very angry with you guys. It is what it is. Now I can give you a little tip. Look into the corner of this broadcast. So over there, my finger's pointing. You see that QR code? You scan that. That takes you to Ferguson Roof Systems, and they will hook you up on fixing your roof for you. So you tell them I sent you and see what they'll do for you. They're wonderful company, wonderful people, great family. They will do you right. They got a 5-star Google review for a reason. Trust me, they bend over backwards to make you happy. So they will do the job right. So if you got hail damage, you have a problem down there in Norman, give them a call and they'll get you squared away. All right, so we're still waiting to see if this thing produces a tornado. That's the reason why I really am on the air. Normally I don't cover garden variety thunderstorms, typical severe weather in Oklahoma, because we get that a lot. And so I usually kind of save it for the potential tornado situations. And tonight was supposed to be one of those. And it still may be. This event isn't over. It goes till midnight. So we still may end up with a few tornadoes. It just has not happened where the models thought they most certainly would. The track of these supercells was correct. Let me show you. Let's do it this way. We're gonna show the old proof in the pudding. And let me see how far back I can go. Let's see if this will load. You gonna load for me? It's thinking about it. You need to think harder. Come on, computer. You can do it. I got more than one way to do this. So if this doesn't work out, we'll go plan B. Alright, we'll go to plan B. Luckily I got many sources, so we'll do that. So low level track, we'll go 4 hours. Okay. So this is what I meant when the models had a good idea that there would be a long track supercell. So this is the low-level circulation feature, which contains, just on the northern side of that, the big hail. On the southern side of the circulation feature, this damaging wind, and of course the middle of the circulation feature would be the tornado. So those are 3 elements involved, and so what the models indicate was a long-lived supercell producing damage swath that long at a high intensity. And for the most part, it did well. It missed the tornado aspect of it, which I think we can all agree is good to see. But it did get the wind, pockets of wind, and the hail with that. But that's an indication where the model did do successful at a forecasting job of trying to be very specific. And if you noticed, it's just to the south of Oklahoma City. It kind of runs right up the turnpike. It wasn't perfect, but it was a general ballpark, and it did fairly well. Now, it did move it around, north and south a little bit, depending on each model run, but the signal was the same. So the take home is, when you look at these high-res model data parameters, is that what you want to do is you pay attention to the signal, but realize that the model is not going to be 100% exact. In other words, they could easily have been here, they could have easily have been here, but what you want to know is the general area and what it's telling you. So that's what this did for us tonight. So we'll go back into the Norman area for that tornado warned storm. right, so looks like we may have a small tornado here. Yep, we do. It's a small tornado, so new tornado warning just came out. It's just southeast of Hall Park. It wrapped up in the last 2 frames, so in the last 5 minutes. 36th Avenue, and what is this going to be on? East Robinson Street. So this is the weak tornado. All right. So, and I do mean weak because the velocity signature on there is very, very weak, and it just diminished. That was fast. All right, we'll see if there's another one because that one's gone. Nope. So the product here, that was all noise. This one here, legitimate, for Tornado Street there in Robinson. And the next frame it moved south of Robinson, then diminished the next frame after that. So that was it. That was a very short-lived, small tornado. And that's probably what we saw with this in southwest Oklahoma when the radar wasn't detecting your good classic signature. Just these little embedded vortices. And then look how far back in the line this is. This is way back here. I mean, the main outflow of the storm is here, and this is wrapped up way into this nonsense, and then wrapped back in here on the meso low, and then formed and died out. Very odd place for one. Not necessarily classic. And it's kind of a colder air, and that's probably why it didn't last long. That's why it was small. But needless to say, that's what it was. All right, so let's see. We're going to try to find these little tiny areas of circulation, because I think that might be where we kind of go from here. It's not going to be easy because they're very, very small, very weak. I never showed me what I wanted, so I'll get back off of that.
Severe hail detected.
So this area is very well sampled by the radar. I mean, look how close, we're looking at the velocity data, and look how close we are from the radar to here. We're like 1, 2, 3, 4 miles away. So if there is a little baby spin up, the radar's going to see it very easily as it rotates back through. So this is a wind shear product which highlights in these bright pink areas where you have little vorticity couplets, what I would call dust kicker uppers. It's certainly not a classic setup. So there's still a pocket, a little bit of straight line wind up here in, whoa, get back over here, east of Oklahoma City, heading up toward Hera, McLeod. 40 to 50 miles per hour. There's a 55 I think I saw. So just under severe weather limits, severe storm limits. Now this outcome is what I would normally expect in October. right? Kind of borderline severe weather. Not a typical springtime. So the reason why I say that is if we had what we have today from the storm system, the way it's positioned, the strength, intensity, everything else that came in from the southwest part of the U.S. and came overhead, and we were, say, May or April, it would have been ugly. But we're in October. And earlier I talked about how your brain really can't grasp the idea that you could have that similar storm and then have a lot of tornadoes. And so there's a kind of a gun-shy approach of really going nuts with it. You say the data's there, looks like something's going to happen, but you kind of pull back a little because it's October. So that's kind of what I did versus going nuts. Because there's always something, right? But, at the same time, it's the first event. The atmosphere is not, so you do this play in your mind and going, how bad is this really going to be? So in the end, you just have to present the data and be honest about it and say, hey, the data doesn't look good. It looks like we should see a few tornadoes given, perfect conditions. And then like today, I give you the caveat. Things can happen that can mess up a supercell. That may have gone to do something, right? It may have produced a huge tornado, but then all of a sudden, a cell merger happens, or a storm to the north undercuts it with a mini outflow boundary, like a cold front, and ruins it. That kind of stuff happens a lot, and it happened tonight. And maybe that's the outcome. While we're sitting here, we're watching a normal thunderstorm versus a large tornadic thunderstorm. So that could be it. Regardless, though, like I said, never discredit a tornado warning, and there's still one in effect here. That's moved east of Norman. Doesn't expire for another 10 minutes, moving east of 41. So again, there's no official tornado warning on this, but there is no official confirmation from the eyes, but that is the warning in effect. Pink 8:37, Bethel Lakers 8:45, and Shawnee at 8:54. Now things can change. Again, the environment hasn't changed yet, so things could go, more downhill, so to speak, in the next hour. We still got, honestly, the data suggested through 10 o'clock as to where the best parameters peak, right? So we still have 2 hours left of this event for something to happen. After that, it should weaken slowly each hour after that, and the parameters drop off quickly. So we'll see what happens. All right, let me go back to my other radars. Whoa, just saw this one. See this in Norman? 3-inch size hail. Man, where was this at? Intersection of Alameda Street and 24th Street, 24th Avenue Northeast. That intersection. Some big hail. Up here north from there, east of Tecumseh and 48th North Avenue Northeast. It's almost 3 inches. Whew, some big hailstones. All right.
Moderate measly cell detected.
All right. Normally I'd have signed off long ago and then came back on if it produced a tornado. And I still might do that, just so you know. And it doesn't mean I don't love you guys out there in Brooksville, Tecumseh, Shawnee, Johnson. It's just the storm has less structure than it did half an hour ago. It's really more lined out. So I'm not impressed. Something could still happen, I guess, is the caveat, but I'm not impressed currently. Let's see what's going down here in southern Oklahoma. So some big storms coming in toward the Fort Worth area out here in Mineral Wells. indicator, Monte. We'll see what happens with those. But Dallas will be getting some storms. All right, let me go back to what I want to look at earlier, and they weren't in yet. Here we go. What does it say? What is this nonsense? I think they got a problem with their page. Ugh. Whatever. Let me see if I can type it in. Nope. Not found. Alright, we'll go somewhere else. Okay. So this is a balloon sounding from earlier this evening. We have some dry air pockets aloft. Still a really significant cap. This may have played a negative role in the outcome tonight. But the shear looked very good. Let's see here. Lifting condensation level is 855. It's a little high. It's in meters. I like it to be, for tornado probability, I like it to be 500 meters, maybe 750. I like it to be in that range. So it's a little high, but LI is good, minus 5.8. Cape was 1200, is adequate. The surface cap, the sim was only 38, but the cap strength itself was a 2.2. Alright. I tell you, it wasn't what the models promised, let's put it that way. It's not bad, but it's not ideal either. It wasn't what the models thought it would be. Let me go back to Dallas. They should have even stronger cap down there. Yeah, a lot more dryer to work with. Cap strength is 3.1. Yeah. Sin is... Where are we? Oh, 101. Eek. We'll see what happens with the storms on there as they move into this environment. Now, this should become a little bit more unstable since this. But it may also help keep those storms behaving somewhat. Alright, let's go back to the radar. Let's see what we can find. Okay, so looks like a new tornado warning came out. Oh, this got wrapped up real quick. 2 frames. So, yeah, 5 minutes ago. This just produced a small tornado, and it still is. Where are we at? North Harrow Road and East Britain Road. So there's a small tornado here, so be in your shelters for this one. This is actually the first decent signature I've seen in a while. Path will take it on toward Chandler. Let's see where it's over anything. There are over a couple farmhouses now, otherwise mostly open land. Yeah, mostly open land, some work sites. So very few, very few people, just a handful literally, in the next 10 minutes in the path of this guy, if it holds together. So the wording on this, let's see here. Tornado warning in effect. confirmed and located 6 miles northeast of Hera, moving northeast at 45. Chandler, Wellston, and Warwick. This includes mile markers Interstate 44, on Interstate 44 between mile markers 156 and 166. So being your shelters for this one, this is south of Wellston. So this is a confirmed tornado and also radar indicated. The one down south here, still nothing on radar for that one. So this one actually is a small tornado wrapped up on this on the leading edge. This is kind of, it may have been one of those kind of QLCS type tornadoes that we talked about as a potential. Small, short-lived, usually weaker. It's already starting to lose some of its inbound velocity structure. Let's go over here. Chandler's at 8:52. It's a long ways from now. Davenport, Kendrick, and Stroud at 9:10 for this. Now it won't last that long, just so you know. But that's just where the track and the algorithms take it. Movement is to the should be northeast at 43 miles per hour. Warning goes for about 15 minutes. Probe on this one 78 to 80 miles per hour. So we're looking at probably an EF0 tornado. The street on this one again, where are we at? Just south of 108th and Pinecrest Road. Oh, the new update came in and it's already dissipated. It's done. Now, there may be residual couplet of just wind in general. Here we have these two areas of pink colors, 60 miles per hour, but the little couplet area that was on that block is gone. Alright, so that was that one tornado. We'll see if it regenerates. That was quick. Alright, and what's odd is it didn't even get one of these little probabilities. That probability is for a whole other section of the storm. It had nothing to do with that parent circulation, which tells me it was a leading edge QLCS type, which is really just a vorticity sitting along the leading edge that just spins up enough and rotates in, and then due to the track of how it's moving in relation to surface wind speeds, which is just enough to spin it up on the outer edge. Yeah, still nothing there. Now there still is wind with these areas, but it's not a tornadic type situation anymore. This is on Highway 102, by the way. So let's go back to this guy. And it is over trees. And more trees, and more trees, and more trees. It looks like there might be maybe a farmhouse or two. Otherwise, open land area. And that's, of course, currently, which it's already dissipated. That's what the residual wind is. Alright, so we finally did get at least a tornado here in central Oklahoma, if albeit for a very short time. But man, that was quick. All I was looking at a sounding figures. Let's take a look here. So the cloud stops are still pretty cold. So there's still some tall storms, and then these guys down here are pretty meaty too. So there's still a lot of life left in this system. Cold front position. Comes up like this to this.
Water meso cell detected.
Surface low.
Cell detected.
There's two of them. There's this one here. And there's another one here. So these little meso lows, so you have to watch these for the enhancement of circulation. Now, if you look at this, remember that storm that was tornadic was basically right in here, into the low. So that's where it maximized a little spin on the leading edge. That's why you have to watch those little areas. All right. We'll wait and see if anything else happens out of that little section. So yeah, so on radar, that little meso low would be right about here. So you get the wind that comes into this. So here's the southeast wind at Shawnee, right? So southeast wind here, and the flow continues like this. So there's that southeast wind here. Matter of fact, here's a northeasterly component. Kind of maximize this area. Let's see what else is happening. Still some residual wind circulation with this. What is these values? 60. So I know there's been some sirens going off in Wellston and areas, but I can tell you that the tornado that happened, it lasted for a couple of minutes. It was over an open farm area, and then it dissipated and it's gone. The warning still remains, though. The area where the circulation was there, of course, still remains, but the tornado's long gone. We'll see if it tightens up again. It's in that same region, right? So I'll try to show you. You still have winds that are blowing in this direction, and you got this green wind component blowing into this direction. So this is your overall convergence of those broad winds. Now think of a ice skater, right? Ice skater has her arms way out. Okay, so picture this as an ice skater with her arms way out. You got to get those ice skater arms to come in like this. And when that happens, then you get your tornado. And that's when the radar, instead of being this big circle of area of wind, then I draw that circle smaller, smaller, and smaller to about a 1 mile by 1 mile area. Hey, my website went back up on its own. Didn't have to reboot it. So those of you folks that are kind of just starting to try to use my weather app because the storms are finally coming toward your area. If you're on Android, it's working fine. If you're on Apple, something, I don't know what Apple did, but they broke something. And it didn't happen until this evening, of course. So I don't know. So I'm going to have to look into that. But I can't look into that while I do this. So I'm on it, but it's going to take a minute. So you can try rebooting your phone or you can try reinstalling the app. But from what I understand, that's not working. That would normally work. So just have some patience and hang in there. Okay, so on this little broad circulation center, nothing. There's no tornado with this. There will not be one with this for a little while. It's over a 1, 2, 3, 4 mile shear axis from this zone to this zone. What you need is literally
Cell detected.
this size,
Cell detected.
and we've got this size, so it's not going to happen. Not for right now, anyways. So again, if you guys are in your shelters, as always, I gotta always say this, even though I'm giving you the good news, still stay in your shelters until the storm passes, then you can come out. Just in case it decides to ramp back up last minute or something. All right, down there, Shawnee, you guys are gonna get kind of the leading edge of some wind. Keep in mind there is a meso-low right here. And a meso-low means that your wind is coming in this direction, rotating in like so, and then the wind flows out in this direction. So sometimes you can get little spin-ups that'll come along the leading edge and they'll rotate in and they might try to do something very small, very transient. I believe that's one of the things that we had earlier on, and I've lost track of where that was. It was a long time ago. So we'll see if something like that happens with that area. Let me see. What's going on down here? Another little outflow wind. Look to it. Let's go down here. Okay. So kind of a straight line wind component in this line of storms west of Pauls Valley. So not tornadic, just potential winds. Let's see. Yeah. Radar's got a little action. Let's see, this is in the pink. 60 plus miles per hour. So this is east of Velma. There's a mesoscale discussion just came out for that line into Texas. Remember I talked about you guys down there in Dallas a little earlier? So let's see what the latest is with that. You know, I never did read that discussion for you guys in Missouri or Kansas. Let's see. Just mentioned more storms, potential tornado in that area. Nothing new. Alright, let's go to this one. Severe weather threat increasing. Storm is capable. This is for the Dallas-Fort Worth, North Texas, I-35 quadrant corridor. Storms of strong winds, large hail, tornadoes will move east across the region this evening. Thunderstorms will continue to develop in intensity along a surging dry line across northwest Texas this evening. Storms will be capable of producing very strong winds. A strong westerly low-level jet flow along and west of the dry line is transported to the ground within thunderstorm downdrafts, so AKA might get gusts up to around 80 miles an hour. Additionally, ahead of the dry line, low-level theta E axis, remember that we talked about? Instability will be maintained as a nocturnal low-level jet ramps up and moisture slowly increase. That's right along the I-35 corridor right here in Oklahoma. Yielding some hail threat And additionally, tornadoes cannot be ruled out within the advancing squall line given the degree of low-level shear across the warm sector, especially with any kinks that develop along the line. Thus, despite the loss of diurnal heating, aka the sun's gone, the severe potential will increase through the evening across much of North Texas. All right, that's all old news, but the news is still there, so nothing's changed. All right, we'll go take a look at that storm in Lincoln County. So, heads up, by the way, Oklahoma City. It is almost 9 o'clock, and as you can see, you're good. It's over. So, if you live here in town, you can rest assured, breathe easy, all that kind of stuff. Your threat for a tornado is over. And anything really severe at this point. Just some strong gusty winds and still some residual rain. Okay, so let's go up here. Chandler, Wellston, see what's happening. Okay, so this little guy is... Okay, see, I remember the linear look to it. Okay, last scan, and this scan. Now tighten back up, and then there it is. So it looks like we have another developing weak tornado. If it's not there, it's pretty close to happening right here on the southwest side of Warwick. So that's going to be right along, is it 177 out here? Let's see, where's my cursor? Or what am I? Yeah, 177. And 66. So that's the intersection of where this particular tornado would be located. So of course in Warwick, you're probably already still in your shelters, which is good. So it'll be past you here in a moment. As a matter of fact, new update just came in. It is now north and west of you. It's still really weak though, and that's good. Northwest side of town. It's very weak, but that is where the location is of the small tornado. This is east of Wellston by about, 5 miles, and just northwest of Warwick. So let's do this. So Warwick, of course, now, and then you have Kendrick at 906 for where this circulation would be going. All right, and then we have the movement here, northeast at 37 miles per hour. Now, if you look at the big picture of where this polygon is, Stroud's coming in, just east of Kearney, and then Shamrock, Cushing, and Drumright are all after this. This is a 45-minute window polygon. So, Agra, it may end up passing just to your southeast because it's kind of in that, this section of the polygon. And if the storm's moving this way and it's kind of rotating on the northwest corner of it, it may do something like this. But regardless, that's where that potential small tornado is residing. Wind speeds on this are up around 80 miles per hour. So again, you're looking at that EF0, more than likely tornado. Let's see here. Let's do something. All right, it's got a V rotation of about 64 knots. So that puts it in a EF0 category for sure, and then maybe a 40% probability of an EF1, of a weak EF1. So it's right on the borderline. Now, that makes sense because if we look at our rating chart, EF0 is 65 to 85 miles per hour. So if those wind speeds are right around 83, that's a high end EF0, below end EF1. All right, and again, let's see if it's over any farmland or anything. And yep, sure enough, it's over trees. Trees and a creek. Nothing out here. Good place for it. I love doing this sanity check. So, it's one thing to see it on a map with highways and state roads and everything. It's another to see, okay, what is it hitting? And if it's nothing but trees and bushes, it's like, wow, good, right? Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Jody goes, checking on your drink. She takes one empty glass and then just pushes this one a little more closer to me. You'd be surprised when you talk for 3 hours straight at how your mouth gets parched. Okay. Okay, good news. Of course. That's frustrating. Okay. So my app is now working again if you have iOS, Apple. So it'll work, it'll load. So we found the issue. Oh, rolling my eyes because it's more work for me. But it's good news, it's up and running again. So if you have my weather app, AT's Weather to Go, and on your Apple device it wasn't working for some reason, we think we found the issue and fixed it. Alright, so let's go back up here. Okay, so this little circulation center is fizzled out. There's about a 60 mile per hour wind, so it's still, but the couplet's gone. So it's those things spin up, they spin down. The actual parent circulation is gone, but you still have some leftover wind that kind of radiates outward and then goes in one direction, and then it's kind of like a straight line wind, then it's over. So one thing we could have looked at, and I didn't think to do it.
There are storm cells presently in your area of interest. TBS cell detected.
I suppose.
Severe fail detected.
Let me go here. Yeah. Alright. I can go with that. I'm going to split the panel for you. Alright, so the question is, we already said it's a small tornado, right? And I showed you where it was going over. It was going over just trees. So the question is, did it pick up any of those trees and loft them up in the air? And we can use our cross-correlation coefficient or debris signature to find that out. So if I go through, okay, so this is where it's been forming northwest of Warwick, and then there it is, gate to gate, tight. So this is where the tornado was, for sure. And at this point in time, let me estimate the strength. What are we at? EF, still EF 0, strong EF 0, wind speed of about 71 knots or so. Okay. This guy is a rotation couplet, and if you correlate that to the right, this reduction in CC value, and we're apples to apples, see this hole where it's right everywhere else, it's a lower threshold, meaning that those are not raindrops, all raindrops. They're mixed with other things. So in this particular case, that would be what we showed you, which was the bushes. We'll go another panel up, and it follows the signature. So there's still the signature there, but it's much weaker. And there's the debris along with it. Okay, we'll go one more. There's the signature still there, although the inbound wind is very, very, very sad, to the point to where the debris is no longer co-located. It's been maybe thrown aloft in this area. and so it's getting picked up at a slightly higher elevation, and this circulation is gone. It's not picking up any new debris, which means it's dead. So that's kind of a 1, 2, 3 mile stretch where you can see how that changed. Pretty neat. So that's just a very low indicator. There was probably a very weak tornado that did pick up some trees and throw them around. Alrighty, let's go back to this guy. Alright, you guys in Shawnee, you may hear like a, I don't know, maybe like a pressure change because you have that low right on top of you on the northwest side of town. So the low is kind of in this position. The inbound wind, stronger wind, is now on the east side of town here, outbound wind here. And again, you can get these little vortices that try to spin up and kind of do something, like maybe that guy's trying to do something. Let's see what happens. So far, not yet, but wouldn't be surprised. All right. On down the line, Pauls Valley to Wynnewood, there's some heavy thunderstorm activity, probably pockets of wind. And up north, Pawnee, good old thunderstorm up there with some lightning. That's about it, maybe a little bit of small hail with it. Okay, let me see, anything else up here? Nope. Alright, so there's your shear axis along I-40, just on the south end of Johnson, where I showed you a moment ago. I'll see if that tightens up. And then we've got the old one around Warwick that's up here and is gone. Yeah, that thing's gone. Alright, so the Johnson one did tighten up as I predicted, and so here we go. We got a small tornado here, southwest of Johnson. So this is about 1 mile to the south-southwest. Right now it's over between some creeks running just north of 40, so it's not over open any major area. Let's see here. If we zoom in, guess what? What do you see? That's right, flat, nothing. Some trees. It's good. So that's where that small tornado is located. Let's see, no sign of debris. We'll see the next scan that comes in to see if that changes. Let's see, strength-wise, it's about V rotation 54 knots, DV of 78, so about like the other one. It's a strong E of 0. Borderline EF1 tornado, so about 80 mile per hour. Wind speeds, we can take a look at that. Let me zoom down here on this map and show you. Here we go. And inbound wind of 20 and outbound of 66, 65.
In your area of interest. Moderate mesocell detected.
So there you go. It's a little baby tornado is really what I call it. And it probably won't last much longer for another scan. But that's how they happen. So as a matter of fact, the new updates moved it north and it's broadened out, it's weakened. So it looks like it's already gone. You see that? It hit something. That's a big debris signature. So that is that big blue area. Last time we saw a yellow area, which means just hit a few things. It really hit some trees and really tore them up. So that's the blue area you see here on the map. So that is what a tornado debris signature looks like. Now the circulation that caused that has weakened and broadened, and so that part is gone. But between the last scan and this scan is when it went over that area. So what did it go over? This stuff. So it basically tore up these trees and kicked them straight up into the air. And that's how you end up with the cross correlation coefficient right there. So this whole little tree embankment. So the direct hit of trees. But there you go. So that's a small tornado that did that area. And if you notice, they rotate kind of they'll go from east to northwest as they move northeast, and then they die out over about a 1 mile, 2 mile deal. So this is like the old, quick trigger, because then they disappear. I mean, that's kind of more reminiscent of a QLCS type tornado, which is a leading edge spin up versus a mesoscale produced tornado. So there's still residual circulation here, so there's probably still a little bit of leftover spin between those two scans. The debris signature expanded. It doesn't necessarily mean it's still on the ground doing damage. What it means is whatever it picked up has been kicked out from the center outward and is now going out like that. But overall, you still got a good broad circulation between point X and point Y. It's just the distance between the two has grown to a solid mile. So the tight couplet has gone and expanded to a larger, broader circulation. And that should mean that there's no tornado, but there's still residual, just winds kind of circulating in that area and the debris. Ironically, the probability thing actually finally got one right. Probability of the tornado is 93%. The warning on this, by the way, and remember, wasn't over any open roads. It was just open some grass, some tree areas. The Weather Service, the tornado warning is issued for northwestern Seminole County and east central Oklahoma, southeastern Lincoln, northeastern Potawatomi. Tornado near Johnson, moving northeast at 20. Radar confirmed. Prague, Johnson, and Centerview. Also, I-40 between mile markers 188 and 193. So those are all the communities and towns involved with this storm itself and the broad area of it, not the actual one spot tornado. That said, this concerns me because it's getting a different look. The broadness here and here, although still elongated and distant, is strengthening in speed. So what may end up having is it coming back together again, tighter, but this time around with a lot more wind velocity with it. In other words, instead of a smaller tornado, a stronger tornado. We're going to see what happens with that, but that's kind of a direction it's trying to go. So over Johnson, you're hearing a lot of wind in excess of probably 70 miles an hour on the north side of town. Even though the broadness indicates it's not a tornado currently, you still have a lot of wind howling in that area. And we're up around, what are we at, 1,200 feet? So it's a good level for the radar to detect. All right, we'll keep an eye on that here. Look down south, looking good there. That's really the only game in town as far as anything potentially tornadic. This one up here, long gone. It never did get its act back together, so that's good. So you guys up here, I know you're still underneath official tornado warning, but the circulation center is long gone and there's no redevelopment of anything even close. You can stay in your shelters, of course, monitor with your phone, tablets, that kind of deal. Until it passes by you. The leftover circulation is about 4 miles northwest of Kendrick, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 10 miles southwest of Avery and Agra.
Mesocell detected.
All right, let's go back here to this one. All right, so those winds have died down a little bit. Still broad. Yeah, those are really good. Mid-level wind here, 3,000 feet at 155 at 8:55, so 7 minutes ago. Yeah, that was a good mid-level circulation center there. So that was a decent tornado. It's probably a weak EF1. So there was some damage. I recall a small tornado we picked out here on Highway 177 and 66. Remember that? There are power lines down and significant damage to a barn at that intersection. So there's some verification over that small tornado. All right, let me take care of some business here. Multitasking. Okay, so if you're watching me in eastern Oklahoma, you still have these storms to go. If you're watching me here in central Oklahoma, it's over. So we're looking at a line like this. Through here is the residual tornado threat based off the model data we saw last couple days. So things should calm down in this region of the state when it comes to tornadoes. And then the storms itself should really calm down as they cross over the state lines. And they'll be, Tulsa should be by 10 o'clock, so about an hour from now is when they should be start to moving in the west side of town. And then this will be, roughly 11, and then midnight, and then 1 a.m., something like that, roughly. Alright, the storm up here, no big deal. This one here, no big deal. The winds that were stronger were starting to kind of get a little bit better look to them. Went the other direction. I'm going to read a tweet. It says, we're in Oklahoma City, not originally from here, And my neighbors were all watching the news channels, freaking out, going in their storm shelters. And I'm watching Erin Tuttle just laying in my bed listening to the storm. Laughy face. That's good. She knows what's up. So don't get freaked out. If you're getting freaked out, just turn off those entities that are freaking you out. I got you covered. Let's see. If you noticed, I don't get that excited. I know what it's going to take to get me really, really excited. Probably a very large, damaging tornado. But even then, I'm just going to do what I do now. I don't know. I might be getting cynical in my old age. Because I know the threat, right? I know the EF0 tornado. I mean, in my mind, it's like even though it's some really minor damage, it's like a glorified dust devil. Almost want to run out in one. I don't do that, obviously, and I would not do that. But it's that mindset, just to feel it. But that's just the low end anxiety / fear level I would have with that. Let's put it that way. I definitely respect it, and I would respect every tornado that was stronger than that one, to the point where I'd definitely keep my distance. But it's just kind of a neat meteorological phenomenon that's very hard to produce. And it's neat that we can track them, mile by mile, using this latest technology that we got, and tell you if it's hit something, right? Did some damage. Alright, normally again I would have signed off like twice already in this event. But we're going to hang on a little longer. Because of what happened there twice. If I had signed off, and then by the time I'd signed back on, I would have missed both of them because they don't last more than a couple minutes. And you have to just kind of sit there and pick them out and wait. Like that one popped up while I was looking at a sounding. That was only like a couple of minutes. And I was like, dadgummit. I was just looking at radar and there was nothing there. And then there it is, right? But the second one I said, wait a minute, that one's going to do something. And then sure enough, it did it. But you have to watch it like a hawk. Which means no, getting off of it. Okay, so CO5 sent one of their guys to that debris signature we saw on radar in Johnson. Probably looked for whatever it was. Everybody's kind of doing replay mode right now. They're all going back in time to relive the glory days of 10, 15, 20 minutes ago. Showing hell pictures. Looking at old velocity data. Because you get in this position where, you really don't have much to say. You got to say something. So you kind of rehash, do a little recap, help stall, do a little tap dancing. Or like me, you just get really quiet. Rest your voice. Good storms down here in southern Oklahoma. Falls Valley to Springer to Ardmore to Marietta, Thackerville, Gainesville, Denton, coming to Dallas Fort Worth. Let's see what we got down there. You guys want to check on our friends down south? Alright, let me pull up the radar down there. So let me switch. And we'll see what's happening. So we'll give you a little inside tip on the TV guys in general. So some of them aren't meteorologists, right? In other words, they didn't go to school and get a degree in meteorology. They like weather, and they learned weather on the side. There's nothing wrong with that, right? So that's what it is. What it is. And then you have levels of education, like what did you go to school and major in, for example. And I'm just using this example. You go to, a meteorology program and major in climate, in chemistry, aerosols. Okay, well that's great, but that doesn't do you any good when you're trying to track severe storms on radar. Right? So you'd have to do secondary education, just kind of learn it on your own. So a lot of the guys in TV kind of fit in that platform. They didn't have a radar at their college they went to, or if they did, they didn't take the classes to learn that process. And yet they're in TV having to use a radar to tell you what it's doing and what it looks like and what's happening. So in that aspect, there's a danger of being confident in your ignorance. In other words, you're confident, you know that this is. And in reality, it's not even that. It's not even close to that. You don't know what you're talking about. But you sell it like you do, because you actually think you do. And then the people at home watch it and they go, well, hey, he said it. He must have meant it. So I see that a lot in this market. And I cringe, right? So I just stay out of it because I'm just like, whatever, it's not my fight. So I'm a radar trained meteorologist. In other words, I took the radar program at A&M, going through it, and ate it up. And then I learned more as I graduated. I got into all the details of it, and then I actually got a job at the government working on these weather radars. So I'm very well educated in that world. So I have something different than the other guys do. And so it just happens to be my path, right? And it turns out that my path led to this, which I didn't foresee coming. So this is all trial by fire and just taking it as it comes. And then it turns out my skill levels and my education level worked in my favor down the road. Now, this isn't to say you can't learn radar after the fact of school and get good at it. It just depends on how much time you have to invest. And as you notice, most of us have kids, families, jobs. You got to go places, do things, and so your outside time to spend on that is very small. So a lot of people don't do that, and so with that, they have weaker knowledge in that aspect. So when you're watching, say, some guys on TV, maybe not even this market, maybe other markets as well, they're not really sure of themselves, or they're good fakers. And a problem is you probably won't know the difference, and that's unfortunate. Because, like, say, for example, I'll give you an example. There was one time, I don't know if it was this year or last year, I can't remember, but one of the stations was pointing at an area and calling it a tornado. And it was so not a tornado. What they did not realize, it was radar contamination, and it wasn't it. And they harped on it, they were zooming in, saying all this stuff, and it disappears the next frame because it wasn't real. Now, did they stop and go, hey guys, I'm sorry, we were actually talking about something that doesn't exist, and we were hyping up this one area and just screaming up and down? It turns out it didn't really happen. No, they're not going to do that. They're just going to move on to the next one, right? And they go, that's weird, just went away. So you have some of that, and so when I see that, I'm just like, but whatever. I stay in my lane, I do my thing. I don't have time to get into a pissing match. I got far too busy. So I just, do what I do here, and it seems to be working. You guys seem to like it and enjoy it. And it's just a different approach. If you do look in Dallas-Fort Worth, there are some storms rolling through. It's a nasty line. This is a squall line right along I-35 here through Valley View, Sanger, Denton, Roanoke, Keller, coming to North Richland Hills, back in southwest Fort Worth. So it's a solid line, probably going to be a little bit of wind, pockets of hail. I don't see anything that screams out of the ordinary. So kind of on the weaker end of things. Definitely nothing tornadic strikes my attention. Rotation wise, not even anything in the rotation category. So that's good news. So we'll see what happens here. There is a little window where these storms are coming into an environment where everything's kind of peaking in the ingredients. So we'll see if something happens down here, but otherwise it's a standard line of severe storms with your standard pockets of hail and wind. All right, so we'll get back to them down there a little bit later. Let's go back up to the north. So a little wind, lightning, pockets of maybe a little bit of hail. Stratford down to Roth. Now, I will tell you this. You see this little triangle? This configuration is how you get these QLCS type tornadoes. They'll rotate along the edge and just pop up, be there for a couple of minutes, and they're gone. And that's it. They're very transient, very short, difficult to catch. By the time you issue a warning, it's over. The Weather Service struggles with those because it's frustrating. It's like playing whack-a-mole. But it is what it is. You got to deal with it. Up here into this northern batch that we were looking at earlier, it's all outflow dominant. So it's all outflow winds in this direction. Very strong. Very little incoming wind. Very, very weak. Those stronger winds are long gone. So the configuration is completely changed. Threat levels completely dropped in this area for now. And this is coming toward the south end area of Tulsa. And we'll have to see if something else changes between now and then. Maybe this guy here, Shamrock, there's a little hook appendage right here. It's dirty, it's not clean. There's really nothing there. It's just a reflectivity structure of maybe indicative of some change starting to take place. We'll see, but not impressed. But that's about it. Honestly, I would have signed off on this a little while ago. But we're just going to hang in there and just kind of see.
Severe hail detected.
Where was that at? The lady was yelling at me. Where am I at? Let's see. Is it this one? Nope. It was this one. Yeah. And then it was this one. B1. DBZ's gone up some, sell trend at B1. And that's this one. Alright. I think the algorithm trying to trip on those little leading edge spin up deals. So I had to go see what they were yapping about out here in Stratford and Roth area. Yeah, this guy here. So right now it's just a shear axis. It has to get much tighter than that and more circular. So in and of itself right now means nothing. Something else has to happen to make it important. Alright, so I'm seeing on 5 where they went to that debris signature. You know what they're finding? Some trees, limbs. And they're saying that we're lucky that wasn't worse debris that they're seeing. And I'm like, no, you're not. You didn't look at what was under the debris area. It was just trees. That's the only thing it could be. But I get it when you're driving at night, chasing, you don't know what's out there, man. You don't even know where you are. So unless you use that little trick that I use, you really don't know what you're coming into. But so it's actually, for me to cover storms versus what I used to do, like up there, you only have a certain limited amount of information you can use when you're on the weather wall or in the weather center, But with this outlay here, I can pull up so much stuff and can tap into anything online on the internet. I have all these different sources. So it makes that job, providing you accurate information, quicker, much easier. Plus, I get to sit down. My feet don't kill me from standing for 8 hours. But anyway, so again, watching down here and near Ada, see if this leading edge, we get a little spin up on the leading edge. See if that turns into something. Right now, that's the best shot of anything I see. Up here, this silly thing is still predicting a tornado of 73%. Well, a broken clock is right twice a day too, and that's about the only time this thing's worked well. There's a little rotating appendage here. Payton, it's nothing yet, but just the radar has detected a little bit of shear on the outside of that bowl. It has to rotate back in, it has to tighten up. It's not doing it yet, and we'll see if something happens. It'd be weak if it did. And let's see about this one. This one's starting to look a little better, meaning this little quadrant here is starting to have a little better look to it. So we'll see what happens with that. Oh, look at that. Weather Service just put out an update that says we're keeping an eye on southwest of Ada, where we're seeing a slow tightening of rotation. Where did I hear that? Did I hear that somewhere? Like 60 seconds ago. So that's good, because those guys are trained in radar meteorology too. So that's why we think alike. And when you hear me say something and then I read you what the Weather Service says like a minute or two later, it's because we're on the same wavelength. You get a faster connection through me doing it this way than through them. But it's the same type of accurate information. So that's what they do. They kind of do what I do. They just sit here in front of a display and they just watch these and they scan different levels. So we'll go up in height, looking for correlation. And then in this particular case, given this environment, for these type of spin-ups, you usually stick at the lowest level. And then we'll switch back through different products. So here is a very elongated shear axis, right? So the shear axis is where you can get something to spin up quickly. Now the models really like this spot right here, crossed over Highway 19. Let's see what the rest of the data looks like. Ah, we got it. Small tornado. We're like, Aaron, well, how do you figure? Well, because we now have a tightening of a couplet. We've got this guy here and this guy here, side by side. So this is where your tornado is. We'll mark this, and the Weather Service will issue a warning here momentarily. And where am I? There we go. V rotation, same as the other ones, about 82 knots. So we're looking at about a strong EF0, weak EF1 kind of a deal. So that would be where that tornado is located. And what's it over? You guessed it. Now, I will say this. There's actually some more farmhouses in here. We did not see this before. So this is actually over a densely populated farmhouse area right now currently. That's not good. I don't want to see that. But there are a lot of trees in here. There are some farmhouses. So hopefully you guys are taking cover. You're asking where this is at. This is on Highway 19. The best road intersection is North 3500. So that's where the tornado is. It's located about 6 miles southeast of Center, Oklahoma. This is west of Ada, probably about 12 miles. That's where this particular storm is located. Now, this will be here now, and it might be gone the next frame. That's how fast it'll move, but that's where this particular tornado is located. Now, if you look up all 3 TV stations, not a single one's talking about it, because unfortunately, unless you sit here like I did and monitor it, you'll miss them. And we missed that one. Remember when I was looking at a sounding and then we got back to it and tracked it, but we missed the original start of it. Now this one, it's gone. See that? Next scan came in, it's over. So just like that, these type are very difficult. They're literally there for a minute or two, and then they're gone. Usually they're very small. So we can go back. Where was this at? Yeah, I'm not even able to find it. So there you go. So what do? You wait for the next one. You rinse and repeat. This is the same formula. Let's see if another one kind of forms in that area and rotates back through. But this is the problem with this. So, all right. So let's say you're the weather service and you watch me, or like you just watch me do it. You see it. Okay, you got the intersection. You get it all set up. You're ready to press the button for warning, and then the Rex radar scan comes in. It's gone. You're like, ooh, just kidding, right? Well, you missed the warning because the storm didn't last long enough to issue the warning. It was like that. Because the radar, there's breaks between radar scans, and so you get a couple of minutes between scans where whatever is happening is happening. The next scan comes in and it's gone. You're like, ugh, what do you do? It's a frustrating part for them, trust me, and there's really no good solution. So they usually err on just being aggressive with those and let the chips fall where they may. All right, back up here in the north. Remember this one that was starting to tighten up? Look at that. Might have it produce a tornado here. It's trying. It's in this little quadrant. So it is gate to gate, but it's very weak. I would like to see this get stronger on the next scan. All right, it just moved in to this region. There's some noise in the radial. This is called a radial of the radar beam, and this is where the circulation is, but it has a little bit of a noisy look to it, and the joining beam is not all that great. Oh, look, they issued the warning. See that? So the Weather Service went ahead and issued a warning for it. It's gonna be a polygon here in a minute. So we'll go ahead and keep that with the tornado warning. So this product looks a little bit better. And there's your rotation track product, and it might be co-located, with the debris signature starting to show up there on top of that. So we'll see. And where is this located? You got it, trees. No farmhouses at all, just trees. All right, so this particular tornado is over some creeks. There's literally no roads to reference. Let's see what the warning says. By the way, the movement on this is towards Slick and Bristow. Tornado warning for Creek County, Okfuskee. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado located 5 miles north of Payton, moving northeast at 40. Radar indicated rotation. Bristow, Depew, and Slick in the path. Includes Interstate 44 between mile marker 185 and 189. Now, if anything's been indication, it won't last that long, but that's where it's located. Okay, so now you know how quickly they can happen. It's still there. We'll see if a debris signature follows suit on the next scan. The probability of a tornado is 89% for what it's worth. Alright, it's already weakened. Let's see if it had any. Oh, it did. So this is a lower correlation coefficient that was cross-referenced with the circulation. And it was just enough to kind of indicate some minor damage. And that minor damage being a few of these trees. So, there you go. We can do this all day, but that's how you track tornadoes in Oklahoma. One by one. Small and transient, quick, and gone. Now, historically, the reason why there's no good way to deal with it from the Weather Service, because obviously there are policies put in place. The old policy is you draw a polygon, all right, because this takes into account error of movement, and it takes into account a 45 window of tracking. These were not designed for these tiny QLCS type tornadoes. We really didn't know much about these until, say, the last decade. As radar meteorology improved, resolution improved, and then we started seeing a lot of them, a lot more, and we realized, wow, these things happen a lot more than we used to. Oops. That means a lot of these tiny tornadoes were not detected in the older days because of the limitations. Now we can detect them, but man, you got to be on top and you got to be fast. And if you look at this polygon, there's no way everybody in this polygon needs to seek shelter. The only ones that need to seek shelter are the ones that are immediately in that circulation feature, which will be gone in a couple of minutes. In this particular case, that's all it lasted. So we'll have to wait and see if another one takes its place, which so far these things have been cycling, so we'll eventually probably get another one. But at that point, it'll be a different track, it'll be a different area, but same type, similar outcome. Okay, so that's what's happening up here near Welty. If you guys are underneath the tornado warning near Bristow, so yes, this is moving closer and closer toward the Tulsa area, the storm itself. That will be producing these probably off and on. Let's go down here to Ada, see what happened to our old buddy down here. The old circulation center is right here, coming into being in this region. So we'll see if another one can kind of tighten up in that same area. So there's a lot of noise there. There is some shear. Shear meaning just differentiation of wind direction and speed that transverses one another. Alright, so we'll see what happens with that. So another thing that you guys are really lucky here in Oklahoma when it comes to severe weather coverage. Oh, what's going on here? What in the world? How'd that happen? I had to make sure this was real. Yeah. It's real. Alright, we'll see what happens with this. We have a couplet here. It's about a mile by mile coming into Okemah. Now notice there's no tornado warning for this, but it is an area of circulation that's tightening up in the last frame. So you could have a potential developing tornado. And this would be located on East Road 1110, just west of 27. So if you live in Okemah, this would pass just to the west, on the west side of town, in the next frame, crossing over I-40 here in the next frame. So let's see what happens with that. That could be a developing tornado. So what do you do when you hear a guy like me tell you developing tornado? Well, get in your shelter. You say, well, there's not official warning. No, there's not. But those particular times, with as fast as they go, you better be safe than sorry. So what happens is this thing moved quick because it's moving probably at 50 miles an hour. So riding a low-level jet, that thing jumped 3 miles in just in a 2-minute window. The good news is it didn't tighten up, so it's already now on the northwest side of Okemah. And it never tightened up any tighter than what it was. So that's good news because it just blew right through town. That was fast. Man, you wouldn't even have had time to seek shelter. You literally would have had seconds. Man, that's fast. Okay, so we'll see what the next scan does with that, see if it tightens up any. But that's kind of how you have to watch some of these. If it stays broadened out, we're good. Let's see up here to the north. That one never retightened yet, so that's good. Let's go down here. This one looks like it's tightening back up in Bing. So Bing, that's the old traumatic circulation that's getting its act together again. It's not quite there, but it's close. You might want to be in your shelters until it passes by. It'll pass up here the next update, which may already be passing over town since these things are moving pretty quick. Yeah, it's probably already passed over town, the north side, looking at the time on this. Let me go to this radar. Is this cover Bing? Let's see. Yeah. 34.
Moderate mesocell detected.
Yeah, that's where that circulation is, a little circle. So that's a low level circulation for that one. That's the old one that tried to produce again. Let me go back up here to see that one. Okima. It's weakened in the last frame. Okay, good. And this one up here in Welty, still weak. Nothing new has come out of that one. Alright, so pretty quiet right now. Bing is the closest one to doing something. Alright, just kind of keep an eye on it. So what I was going to say was, in other television markets, they don't use velocity a lot. They'll just use the heavy rain or the reflectivity value. And they do a disservice to you when they do that. Well, look at that. Tornado warning down here in Dallas. This is just south, so it's around Cleburne. So what are they warning on? This little guy down here. Yeah, it's nothing now. Let me see if it was anything earlier. No, very, very weak circulation. I mean, really weak, like sad and broad. Surprised they warned on that. But it could just be one of those better to be aggressive because it's nighttime going through a densely populated area. So I can't blame them. I'd probably do the same because it could, at any of those times, that weak circulation could quickly strengthen, as we've seen here. But it looks like it didn't do anything. Let me look at the debris signature. Is that correlated? Yeah, it is correlated. There's a little tiny bit of a debris signature, very tiny. So it may have had a weak, very, very weak trend, or just some wind that kicked up and just kicked some stuff up. So that's what's going on down there. Keene heading toward Alvarado. Or is it Alvarado? I don't remember. It's been a minute since I lived in Dallas. All right, another little storm down here. Rio Vista, Blum. Sometimes you get these little breaks. You can get something that develops in those little thin areas. If they can break away from the line a little bit more. That's kind of what happened with this one. And then the anvil from this one kind of filled it in and probably cut it off. Anyway, so that's what's going on in Dallas. This is through Tarrant County. Probably the tornado is 38% up there, for what it's worth. And this warning here goes until 9:30. No, it goes until 10 o'clock for Central Johnson County. And moving at 55. And a lot of towns within this. Let's see, Keene, Joshua, Cross Timbers, Venus as well. And then on 35 between mile marker 18 and 33. So that's what's going on down there in Dallas. This one has a probability of a tornado at 25%, 29%. So we'll see what happens this one around Blum. It's starting to get that look to it. So it may take a minute, but that may try to do something too. And the one in Tarrant County is just a mess of rain. So I don't see any threat there, the way that's structured. But on the south side, for sure. Alright, back up here in Oklahoma. Okay, that one around Bing that moved north. Okay, that since went and dissipated, but we got another one here trying to form. Coming in west of Saskatchewan, and Spalding's in the area too, but this is the track on this is going to be interesting to see, and it has to hold together. So let's see, it's probably borderline tornadic, May not quite be there. It's close. And then what's this one doing? Anything? No, not yet. Alright, then we'll go back up here. Anything new on this guy? No. And what about here? No, it's noise. It's noise. Alright, so we just have to watch this little... It's kind of like a line echo wave pattern, which is like a mini squall line, but it's convoluted. It's kind of got two apexes, so this is a... Looks like a low here in this one. Oh, that didn't show up very well. But a low here on this one. And that's what helps to generate these little vorticities that come in and feed into it and then try to produce little baby tornadoes. And the other one's doing the same thing. So if I go up here, same idea with this one for the Bristow storm. A low back in here, and so it's trying to do the same thing. Okay. Okay, what is this? Tornado reported in Tulsa. What's this guy looking at? Alright, let me switch over to the Tulsa radar. So I'll tell you what, we're going to start another one of these. That came in 3 minutes ago. I don't know if that's legit. We're about to find out. There's no warning anywhere for it, so it's a storm spotter who claims he saw something. Let me go see what. He saw it in Sperry. Okay. I'm loading up the other one here. Checking this one. Of course it's gonna load now. I'm really dogging this computer. Good grief, man. I don't even want to look at the memory I'm pegged out on. Alright. Here we go. Sperry's where he claimed he saw something. So we'll see what happens when the data loads here. I don't know what that dude's talking about. Yeah, okay, dude, whatever. Probably a reason why the Weather Service ignored that report. Oh, no. It's nighttime. You know, you think you see something. That's all I can tell you. It's the only thing I got going on. Unless he's trying to say he saw all this from way out there and he's looking west. And I don't know how he's going to see that 10 plus miles away. But that's what happens with night spotting. The reality or the legitimacy of some of the reports are in question just because you just really can't see very well. All right, so we'll also start to focus in then on the Tulsa area. So that's a good transition, anyways, to see what's coming up in that region. All right, so let me go back here. Oak City, and let's see what we got. No.
Treat you.
Oh, thanks. Here, I'll try this empty glass.
Thanks.
No, thank you. Out with the tropical punch and in with the grape. Okay. We're just sitting here waiting, man. We're like babysitting. It's called babysitting, just so you know. Like when you work in TV and it's the change in shift happens. So the 10 o'clock guy leaves at midnight, and the morning guys come in, about 1 o'clock in the morning or midnight. And they'll say, "Hey, I need you to come in and babysit. In case something happens. Even though nothing ever does happen. I need you to babysit." And you're just like, oh, man. And you're tired, You're up 2 hours earlier than you normally would be up, because you normally don't get up that early to work the morning shift. And then you're looking at storms that struggle to be severe. It's called babysitting. Probably kick back, take a nap. So, anyway. All right. So keep an eye up there in northeast Oklahoma. We'll see if anything happens there. For you guys up in Tulsa.
Moderate mesocell detected.
All right, so this one down here in Saskatchewan. Let me do this. I'm going to butcher this. I think I've said it right, but check my cheat sheet here. Yeah, I totally butchered it. It's Saskatchewan. I don't know what I said earlier, but it's Saskatchewan. Yeah, sometimes these town names are hard to pronounce. Anyway, Saskatchewan here has a potentially developing tornado to the north, about 2 miles, running west of Highway 56. And it's over trees and a creek. But that's where it is. If it is turning out to do something, it's preliminary stages. We'll see the next scan. If it holds together and strengthens, or if it diminishes, but that's the target of interest. And it would kind of go with the rest of them that have kind of done that. So we'll see. Let's see here. I really gotta say, man, the models blew it. I mean, they blew it. Not so much in the fact that we got a squall line and the general idea of where the storms will be. They did all that just fine. It's the structure of the storms initially and the ability to produce a tornado. They way oversold it. I mean, way oversold it. And these are our best models. So meteorology is great. It's come a long way. But I'm telling you, tornadoes are a beast in themselves, not only at predicting, but then trying to get them to form in an environment that should be favorable for them. We obviously still don't know everything that we need to know. And it's weird because I'll read the gloom and doom type discussions, and it doesn't happen. It's a limitation. It's an inexact science. It's the weather version of practicing medicine. Alright, so that Spalding thing didn't do anything. Tried to, and then it just couldn't get its act together. It'll try again, but right now it's just on a shear axis. Man, how about my Aggies? I missed most of that game last night, and I was doing my live, and I turned it off, went to go watch the rest of it. I was like, what? You gotta be kidding me. We're actually gonna beat Alabama? I said, was this Johnny Manziel? Did he suit up again? I'm like, what is this? And then we won. I was like, wow, unbelievable. All right, so that weather or that storm spotter who claimed there was a tornado in Tulsa County, he's been removed from the system, if you know what I mean. That report's been deleted. So, could be a funny guy. And that doesn't work. There's no funny guys allowed when it comes to this kind of stuff, so you get the boot. All right. Oh boy. All right.
TBS cell detected. Moderate mesocell detected.
All right. Pretty little storm down here in Durant, between there and Kingston. Line of storms, which probably has a little bit of wind with it. But other than that, it's what you'd normally find. Severe thunderstorm warning for it. Pretty much any of these storms will have a severe thunderstorm. For the Garden Variety, 58 mile per hour winds, and hail. All right, but that's still, that cluster down there is pretty weak compared to this one here in Gertie. Just the way things look. Let's see, let me turn. Oh, I know what I did. All right. This is where I get tired because I'm just sitting here staring at a radar that's not doing anything. Man, they were quick. The promo team at Channel 5 has already got their 30-second promo out. How they track the storms tonight. You gotta be quick, man. The lifespan, attention span, the memory span is quick these days. Gotta capitalize on it. Usually we would do that the next day. Man, now they do it within the hour. Oh my goodness. Alright, so Weather Service in Tulsa is focusing on that Okmulgee storm, by the way. This one here, I'm starting to get a little bit better look to it that's coming in towards Skytook, which is why I'm looking at that. And I wouldn't be surprised if some monkey business happened out of this one. We would be watching this area right in here to kind of develop more of a hook than what it currently has. So that would be something I would be paying attention to as it goes into probably northern Tulsa County and then on northeast from there. All right, this cluster down here in Beggs and Okmulgee. Let's see if things going on with that. Nope, nothing. Okay. And then finally these guys down here. Let's see if anything's going on with that. Not at that distance, pretty far away. Switch radars. Just kind of a straight line wind type deal, pattern in this direction. So probably 60. Coming toward Gertie, Atwood, Calvin, along 75 down here. And with the northern end still trying to eventually get some baby spin up, which just doesn't seem to be happening. Alright, and then up here, Okmulgee again, different angle. Nah.
Moderate mesocell detected.
See what's going on down there in Dallas. Alright, that squall line is rapidly moving through during the 10 o'clock hour. Heavy line of storms from Cocker Hill, Duncanville, Carrollton, Richardson, coming on downtown Dallas, Cedar Hill. A lot of lightning, heavy rain, little wind. Probability of tornadoes only 6%, and I don't see anything down there that says otherwise. Let's see, let's go down here to that one earlier. Anything left of that mess? No. No, all's good. Standard rowdy thunderstorm. Alright, so no big deal down there in Dallas right now. And no big deal really in the rest of the body of Oklahoma. Just severe thunderstorm warnings. So if I had to guess which storm has a chance to do anything soon, it would be this one. Probability of a tornado is 25%. And the velocity data is showing how you have winds going in this direction, and they're coming back out a little bit better in this direction. So you're starting to get a little bit better tightening of the circulation in general in this spot. And you can see how that's kind of correlated with the trying to develop a hook echo. Doesn't mean it'll do it, but that's what it's trying to do. All right. Let's see. For those still watching, which I have no idea, different platforms, thank you, by the way. And for telling your friends and family about me and AT's weather. I'm talking to my cousin down here. Hold on. Okay, she's down in the cellar. Got no Wi-Fi. I guess she can text, but can't watch. Tornado watch issued for the Tulsa area, by the way. That one map that I had up, did it ever update that? Should have had the watch on here. All hazards and warnings. Well, clearly that's not the case. Let's refresh. Your internet access is blocked. It just took a minute to load. Having some internet problems. Alright. Oh, that's loaded, but they must be having problems because they don't even have their data up. Ah, my throat's sore. Alright, let's see. Surface low up here. Meso low is on the southwest side of Tulsa. So you gotta kind of watch any storm in that area. And there's another one, a weak one, looks like right around in here. And another little weak one, probably right around here. Just little meso lows, so they're like baby areas of low pressure. Let's see, satellite view. So these storms have actually gotten stronger in their temperatures aloft down here in southern and east central Oklahoma. So they're big storms, they're not tornadic.
Moderate mesocell detected.
Let's see. I haven't done this in a while. Let's see. Probability of an EF0 tornado in this environment, 37% down here in southeast Oklahoma. Of an EF2 or greater is only 10%. So the current environment does not seem to want to indicate a strong tornado. Which again is the opposite of what the models had forecasted. The significant tornado potential is ironically just east of Dallas from Rockwall, up north into this little quadrant here in southeast Oklahoma, right up along 75, running due north and south from Tulsa, which we talked about that if you remember earlier in this broadcast. So that's where the best parameters are, which, as you can find out, doesn't necessarily mean much, apparently. Just because it's there doesn't mean it's going to happen. That was a fixed layer, effective layer, same idea. So the atmosphere is primed. It's just there's something missing that's not allowing it. But it does favor this area here in North Texas, just northeast of Dallas. So the violent tornado parameter, this is kind of a newer indice. So this is the deal. The violent tornado parameter, research using observed soundings found that when the capes and the lapse rates were notable discriminators of violent tornado environments versus weak indoor significant tornado environments. And these parameters were combined into the effective layer version of the significant tornado parameter to create the violent tornado parameter. Find out more here. Anyway, combines cape, the cap, lapse rates, and shear, which is pretty much all of them do anyways. And it favors this area in southeast Oklahoma along the Red River and northern Texas. So we'll see. It's like empty promises. Not that I want this promise to verify, but it's like empty promises. Welcome to the world of meteorology, right? Did this update? Let's go. Alright, so in our low tracked supercell, let's say tract we saw earlier, it died out right over Norman. And they're just a hodgepodge of just nonsense for what was left of it. And then some nonsense, hodgepodge here in the metro, and then hodgepodge nonsense up here. Oh, Jeff is still going or not? He might still be out there driving this stuff. Let's see. Alright, Fort Worth. We'll see. You saw the parameters. It said this area here that's coming into. I'll draw it for you. It says this spot right here from Rockwall north and east till you go down, there's a bullseye for the violent tornado parameter. We'll see, but that's what that said. There is a new tornado warning though down here. Look at that. That changed quite dramatically from the last time we looked at it. It's not quite there. It's new. The warning just came out. Just got like a little hook on it. Kidney beans. They're just being progressive because again it's nighttime. Highly populated area. South of Maypearl. Alright, so we'll go back up north. Probably have a tornado, by the way, here is 70% south of Dallas. Okay, so let's go back up here in Oklahoma again. So the Holdenville, straight line winds, we talked about that before. We had probably at least 60 miles per hour. Still looks to be the case. Any potential rotations up here north Jaeger, but it's not tightened, so nothing there. Alright, so that's nothing new. Sometimes you get spin ups and leading edge that'll rotate through. We'll have to watch for those. Otherwise, a straight line wind event. Looks like there's a little guy here that's trying to tighten up. Right here east of Cromwell. These two gates. It's just embedded in nonsense. We'll see if that tightens up on the next scan. Could be a potential developing tornado. All right, then we come up here to Beggs in Preston and Winchester. So a new tornado warning was issued for this area just a moment ago. So that was around so that was a tight circulation. I actually went through Beggs when I was looking at other stuff. God, they came out of nowhere. That's so frustrating. All right. It's really broad though, so I mean it wasn't tornado, but boy, it tightened up to really probably a nasty looking wall clouds that went over the city. All right, let's see. That's from TLX. Let's go to INX. Come up here. See if that sees it from a different perspective. Yeah, it was broad. Phew! Man, I can't watch everything 24/7. So yeah, I tried to put a tornado on the east side of Beggs there, briefly. I don't believe it did though. Yeah, there's no debris signature or anything. But there's a warning for it because of that. So just in case it does do something here down the line. Alright, that'll take it up toward Bixby here, so let's do a storm track on that one. So that's, well, of course, Beggs now, but Winchester and Coweta coming up at 10:56. Now, I didn't mention Bixby, but Bixby's halfway between the two, and probably because it's trying to move it south of there. But that's the next 45-minute window. And actually, at the speed it's moving, that would probably be 15, 20 minutes. All right. Moving northeast at 39. Tornado warning until 10:30. So now I'm realizing this. They're issuing short tornado warnings. Yeah, it's only a 25-minute warning. Normally default is 45 minutes, so they're shortening it because these little spin-ups don't last that long, and they know that they won't live, and they'll have to redo another one. All right, boy, it's a broad circulation, but it is impressive, though. Let's see, anything happening with this one? Ah, look at that one. Remember the one I was telling you about? It's really trying to ramp up here, west of Vera. Okay, I'm going to need to kill this program. It's messing with my windows. There we go. We'll see. Still a little early, but indications are looking better for potential tornadic development. We'll see in the next couple of scans if it tightens up. Alright, so there's a severe thunderstorm warning on it though. Again, that's north of Tulsa. Alright, so back in this Beggs Winchester deal. Broad circulation, not a tornado, but may try to do one. We'll see. It's been trying off and on for a while. Okay, so let me switch radars and go check out the one down here. Oh yeah, this guy again. Oh, what happened with him? Oh, he just tried that one scan we looked at right here. And the next scan it fell apart, so it didn't have any luck, but it did try. So I guess I'll just kind of keep an eye on it. All right, go back down more. All right, what do we have here that might be trying? Let's go back. I might try to do something south a little more. Gotta wait for another scan.
TBS cell detected. Strong meso cell detected. Severe hail detected.
Okay. Oh, there it did. I think that's it. We should get a debris signature if that's reality, and I think it actually will be. Let's assume it is a developing tornado. I'll know for sure on the next scan, and that is going to be. That's not what I wanted. Oh, it's a polygon. I was looking for a road. There's no roads. You know, the most of these that I picked out, do you know that it's the same thing we keep seeing? Trees. I can't even give you where it's at because there's no markers. Alright, so anyway, so that's about 4 miles southeast of Lamar and 6 west of Scipio. So that could be a developing tornado there, one of those quick transient ones. Since it's over trees, we should get a debris signature on the next scan, assuming that that's doing something. Okay, let's see. Okay, just jotted north. It's hard to infer what happened between the two, but that circulation pattern's still there. There wasn't any CCs though. I would have thought they'd been debris with that signature, so that could have just been little false velocity data thrown into that. The right area. It's just the radar may have gotten a little excited. Oh, Weather Service is going to issue a tornado warning on this. Or maybe I was right after all. Hey man, it's getting late. Second guess yourself 1,000 times. Alright. Anyway, so developing or tornado warning coming out for this circulation here east of the Mar and west of Scipio. It's over nothing right now. Let me see, the last scan it was. And this one is 2 trees. That's it. So good for it. We'll see what the next scan does, but right now that's what that one's doing. Let's see, back up here. No. Henrietta, no. Okay, we'll get to that one here in Tulsa again here in a second. Alright, I've looked at all those. I don't think this one goes out far enough, does it? Let's see. Yeah, it does. Alright, so both radars do detect it. Alright, that's official. So there's the warning on that. The Weather Service just issued the tornado warning. So, come on, show it. I showed it on this one first. That's the line. The polygon hadn't come out yet. I'm too fast. I'll slow down. I'll slow down on the computers. Quit using my brain. Alright, let's go up here to Tulsa real quick. Winchester, what's that one doing? Nothing. So this will be a tornado warning that still will not pan out because it hasn't done it. and what it begs when it was probably trying to at one point, it never did it again. There are a couple of weak circulation centers though still, and that could end up, recirculating, tightening enough to where it would produce a small, quick tornado. So the premise of leaving the tornado up and running, the warning, is for that reason. That's fine. Just know that right now there's no tornado warning, but again, stay in your shelters. All right. Oh, let's see about this one. Does this one do anything? No, not yet. Still not. It's trying. Just not quite doing it. All right. It's fine. All right. So let's go back to that one south, Lamar. So the warning for that. Look at the funky shape to the polygon. It's like this, very narrow. And that's because this thing kind of rotates northwest and at the same time jumps northeast. So it's a funny way of drawing it, but it's also on a county line. And these are county warnings sometimes. All right, let me do the warning information on this. Tornado warning for northeastern Hughes County until 10:45, so a 20-minute warning. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado 4 miles east of Lamar, moving northeast at 55. That's it. Nothing out there. Just east of Lamar. And honestly, the circulation we were tracking, it's already gone.
Strong measles
Last
cells
time was
detected.
there, and now it's there. Let me see if there was ever any damage. That may be a debris signature there for some trees. Let's see. No, that doesn't it's not collocated. I don't think so. Alright, it's done. So, that was a small tornado. It didn't last long, and it's gone. Let's see, anything there? No. What about this guy up here? No, good. Alright, so obviously McAllister, you see that you are in the path of this strong thunderstorm. Now, what'd they do? Issue a new warning? Yeah, they did. They issued 2. So they issued this warning also for southwestern McIntosh and northern Pittsburgh. Storm capable of producing a tornado 4 miles west of Scipio, moving northeast at 55. You got Eufaula, Canadian, Hanna, Rayford, Scipio, Vernon, Crowder, Indianola, Arrowhead State Park, Lake Eufaula State Park, Vivian, and Onapah. Onapah. Let's see. All right, so you have 2 Weather Service offices issuing different warnings, which is why this doesn't make sense. One hands off the other, and it's a mess. Anyway, point is there's no tornado right now, so that's good news, regardless of the syntax of how this is done. Alright, let me go back up here to the Okmulgee storm. Still nothing there. That screams imminent danger. It's good news. Still stay in your shelters, though, if you live in this warning area up toward Bixby and Lenapehoud. Let's see. Up here, is this guy doing anything near Ramona? No, it just couldn't do it. It's all by itself too. Still wouldn't be surprised if it did, but right now it's not. Okay. Let me jump down south again, just see what's going on down there in Dallas. Okay, they got a double warning box for tornadoes down here near Waxahachie. Yeah, nothing to write home about on this one either. Honestly, I don't know what it is about tonight, but given any other normal spring type event, outbreak, these would not be warned on. They would not be warned on. So something, I don't know what policies changed or what's different tonight, what they're worried about, but normally you would not get a warning for these. Alright, so let's go back to Tulsa. The Weather Service was going to drop this tornado warning because it hadn't done anything. And now they're second guessing themselves because it's coming into Tulsa. So with this little slight tightening here on this side, so they're going to keep it going just in case. So again, no tornado, but just in case one happens. A lot of these are just in cases, just so you know. Just in case, just in case. This is a just in case warning. Now, typically, in the past, it has been a tornado's been sighted or indicated by radar. That has always been the way it has been. We are now in the just in case. Good or bad, I don't know. But that's where we are. I could argue both pros and cons against it. You increase your false alarm ratio, though, when you do that. So statistically wise, it looks bad from the bean counter aspect, right? From the safety aspect, you're just being super safe. And you can't put a price on safety, right? So but then you have to deal with the boy who cries wolf, right? So, but there's a lot of forgiveness on tornado warnings because the opposite of not warning when you should have far outweighs the fact that you a few extra warnings that didn't quite pan out. There's more forgiveness on that end than there is on the other. So, there you go. All right, let me go to, maybe we need to switch to a higher resolution radar. So let me try that. Let me see if that shows us anything different. Alright, so we're going to look at the Tulsa Terminal Doppler Weather Radar, and we're going to be about 400 feet off the ground, and we're 12 miles away. So if this thing even produces the tiniest funnel, we're going to see it. And that's down here south of Tulsa. So we shall see what happens. So like all the other storms, we're in a wait and see. It is a do not panic if you're watching me from Tulsa. It is there's sirens going off. It's a tornado warning. Normally it's right hit the deck time. And it's still the good call, but to do it without any anxiety or fear because there is no tornado currently. It's a just in case tornado warning. So take a deep breath and then head to your safe place. Alright, now to reiterate what that is, most of you who watch me should know that it's always the lowest level of whatever business or homestead you're in, apartments, homes, doesn't matter. It's always the lowest floor, away from the most outside windows and walls. So somewhere in the middle. And put everything around you that you have, need, or want for protection from flying debris. If you've got kids, you can put them in their sports gear for helmets and pads. There was a young boy that had his football helmet on. Was it? Was it football? It was a helmet. Or was it a bicycle helmet? I can't remember. It was a helmet though. Anyways, mom put it on him, and he had it saved his life because he ended up getting pummeled in the head by, I think it was like a 2x4 or something. I don't know. It was something that hit him in the head, and if he wasn't wearing the helmet, he'd either be severely injured or dead. So that saved his life. So I wish I could remember the details. It was over the spring, and I've slept since then. But it was just a good take home of that actually helps and makes a difference. Alright, we're getting out of the radar range for Oklahoma City in some of these storms. So our ability to detect the weaker tornadoes will drop off, but we'll be able to detect the stronger ones. Of course, you don't want the stronger ones, but at least we'll be able to do that. But that's where we need a radar down here in southeast Oklahoma, which will eventually happen. There is a project underway for that to occur for, I think, next year. Okay. So let's go back up here to Tulsa. And how are we doing? Okay. This little guy right here is a baby tornado. It's finally got a road, by the way, to look at. East Road, 201st Street South, and South 129th East Avenue. So that's where it's located.
Strong meso cells.
It just developed literally within the last 2 minutes. It's small, it's weak, but it's there. Okay, and then what is it over? Trees. Alright, good place for it. Will it last? Good question. We'll see. Alright, so we finally have a small tornado within this tornado warning. And if you noticed, when the Weather Service draws these polygons, they draw it where they think the tornado is going to be, and they'll start the track, this little mid-track, which is right here. And they time it out. If you notice, this guy started right here, rotated here, and then now it looks like it's already diminishing. Yeah, it's already dead. Well, good news is it was over trees and it lasted for what, 3 frames? What was that? 33. These are 1 minute apiece. 2 minutes. Little EF0 tornado lasted 2 minutes. Oh, look, they just issued the warning. See this come up? But you see how it's almost too little too late? It's very hard to issue warnings on these. But what can you do? So this is a new warning. It says tornado warning for West Central Wagner, southeastern Tulsa. Confirmed tornado located 5 miles southeast of Bixby, moving northeast at 20. Radar confirmed. Broken Arrow, Stone Bluff, Leonard, Coweta, and Oneida. And when I look here at the comments just now, came in, Broken Arrow, terminal Doppler weather radar shows a small and tight velocity couplet now with the small cross correlation drop. Looks like a tornado. There you go. But you see how the difference in time 2 minutes, all that happens, and then you're at this stage of the game. You just sit here, man, just monitor it like nonstop, like what I'm doing to catch these. And then by the time you catch them and you issue the warning, they're gone. But that's where that radar comes into play, because it's very high resolution, very small beam width, so you can catch those little ones. Now it may spin back up again. Right now there's some noise in this, so it's having some tough time. Yeah, the new scan came in, it's gone. So it was just noise in that radial. But it did a good job at catching it. It's just not there anymore. And it was over some trees. Even better. Alright, we'll see if it does another one. They dropped the other tornado warning. Or replaced it, however you want to look at it. So we'll keep an eye on this, see if it does it again. And I'll go back to that one south, here north of McAllister. Let's see if that one ever did anything. No. 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 So again, you guys can breathe easy down there. So we've got 2 official tornado warnings in Oklahoma. Neither one are currently producing a tornado. I don't think that southern one ever did. For that warning, there was a different warning polygon where it did, but it died by the time the warning was issued. And this new one, I don't think it ever did anything in that one. And this one vaporized about as fast as it developed. So we'll see if a new one forms. And because of that, it's always good to stay in shelter in case another one forms in that area. So we'll watch that.
All clear. There are no storms presently in your area of interest.
Well, I love to hear that.
Strong mesocell detected.
I don't know if you heard that, but she said, all clear. No storms of interest in your area. Now, I don't know what area she's thinking about. Probably in greater Oklahoma City, because there's still some stuff out there. Alright, this one up here in Tulsa. Let's see, this guy right here, it might try to do something. This guy here. You're like, well, that doesn't look very anything. I said, no, it's not. That's why I said, we'll see. It's going to try to. That's the next place to develop. But since these have been coming and going so fast, that's where I would focus my attention. Anything on this one? Nope. I know you guys are under a tornado warning out here in the McAllister area, Crowder, Eufaula. Again, there's nothing on radar. It's an old warning, never produce anything. So stay in your shelters and be aware, but just, sleep easy, for example, that nothing is there currently. Four miles northwest of Rayford. we'll see if something happens there. But oh, is this a new warning? It sure is. For this spot up here. There's nothing there either. All right. All right, nothing's happening that one near Tulsa still. What's going over here? Anything? This guy here might try to do something. What was the prior frame show? Yeah, maybe. We'll see. All right, and then I don't know what's going on down here. There's I don't know why they issued a warning down there. I think somebody pressed the button by accident. Somebody probably drinking coffee and fell asleep and nudged down their forehead, hit the keyboard, and now it came a warning. We'll see though. I'll wait, see if there's some news on it. I don't know what they were looking at. They plotted it, the start of it here. Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing aloft, nothing surface. Maybe somebody called in and said they saw a
Attention.
funnel or scary looking
There are
cloud.
storm cells presently in your area of interest.
Hey, when I call it like I see it, I call it like I see it.
Severe hail detected.
I don't sugarcoat anything. Okay. What's this guy doing? Anything? Oh, I need to switch radars probably. Oh, I could do, let me do this. Let's see, let's turn that off. And then let's do Tulsa on. There we go. Did they issue a new warning for that other spot I just looked at a minute ago? I believe they did. Look at that. Aaron, you're on top of it. Brush your shoulders off. Okay. So, developing tornado here in Coweta, 1048 in Coweta, and then Shoto's 1126. Radar indicated using the terminal Doppler weather radar. Probe on this. Incoming wind. Okay, let me get that off of there. I can't. That's too many things on the map. Let's get that off. Do this again. Incoming wind. Alright, well, I think I made it mad at me. Hit buttons too fast. Alright, I'll give it a minute to catch up. Can't believe I just did that. Alright, we'll try a different radar where that one's loading. Okay, so this one's still broad though. Or was it in the last frame? There. Yeah, this is the one that tried to tighten up there 2 frames ago, but it didn't do it. But I guess they decided to go ahead and issue just because. Safety. Precautionary, just in case. Alright, well that one's coming in on the south end of Coweta, right along Highway 72. And the intersection is going to be coming up on East Road 161st Street. If I can get this to show for me. Yeah, there we go. Alright, 51B, Division Street. That's where that was coming up on. So it'll be passing on the south end of Coweta. So that's where it's currently intersection East 161st Street South and South Division Street. 48 mile per hour winds there, but it's only. Okay, it is definitely not 145. That's picked up on the red color for some reason. 25 inbound and like 20, 15 outbound. So we'll see if this one changes and develops into something. The old one over here, nothing's going with that. Alright, the old one, okay, and then this one. That expires at 10 or 11:15, moving northeast at 12. This one's moving northeast at 37, expires at 11:30. All right, we'll see if those do anything. We'll watch them. All right, down here in Chakotah, and you follow. I still don't see anything that jumps out at me.
Strong meso cell detected.
All right. Okay, so this thing ramped up really fast. Okay, so the outbound wind has rotated around and tightened up in the last 2 minutes from there to there to there. So we've got like really good, strong tornado developing here on the east side of Coweta. So you already should be in your shelters. South Road 305 East Avenue is where that's located, just on the east side of that, and South 51. So that's going to be the borderline here. So this will be where the tornado is located. It's in this spot. And it'll be moving up to the northeast. So there's a decent tornado with this. It just went over, looks like a high school there. And that one's a significant, that's the first significant tornado signature that I've seen, period, today. All right, so you're getting a little interference from a water tower in that area that's missing out on some of the Doppler data. So that's going to give a little incomplete picture, but it's around 60, 70 mile per hour inbound and close to 60 outbound. So we're looking at a strong, at least probably EF1 tornado. Let me see if I can do this guy. Now it looks like it may have weakened just a hair in the last scan. So it's got an EF1, 53% probability for an EF1 when it was in this range. Let's see, it went to a 74% probability of EF1 and an EF2 of 36%. So that was the first decent, real, true tornado signature I've seen on radar in the velocity data all night. And this is again east of Coweta. Went over high school there. And there should be a debris signature on radar. So what I'm going to have to do is switch over. Let me see if this will show it. There we go. So obviously, again, you be in your shelter's lowest floor. Doesn't change no matter where the tornado is. You know what to do. All right, so it does have a significant debris signature in blue. These values are down here into the 50s, where that tornado went through. So we do have some damage. It may have hit that high school here in Tulsa. So that's what's currently happening for Coweta. So let's track the spot of that particular tornado signature again. Let's see if it's still there. So it has weakened dramatically. I mean, quick. It had about a 3-minute window. It was pretty significant, and now that's already dropped off quite a bit. The residual circulation. So let me see. I'm going to go back. So on the east side, yeah, so the far east side of town here, and then worked its way up here to the north, and now it's over to some more open, some farmland and some trees and grassy surfaces.
All clear.
But yeah, when it was on the east side of town, it was pretty strong. So that was the latest track of it. And right now, it's back over nothing, ponds and trees. So that thing's pretty much dead or just about dead. So that was probably our first strong tornado of the day. Thank goodness it was short-lived. But it did go over here over the east side of town. So there are some homes here. This is the high school, so it went over the high school. It may not have officially, like, strength-wise developed until it was just on the north end. No, it was pretty much right on top of it when it really got going. So it really developed right over the high school. And then crossed over 51. Yeah, right there. So, looks like the high school may have gotten some damage to it. And then that debris moved north. Okay, so there you go. That was a quick, brief tornado east of Coweta. It's now gone. It's over. But that happened pretty fast, and you had to sit there and watch it, right? Okay. Down here to the south, let me see if anything's happening with those. Nope. Nothing down from there. So I'm going to kill this radar down here in Dallas. Storms have... Squall line has moved well east, southeast. It's moved to northeast Texas. So it looks like those tornado warnings down there didn't do anything on the south end of town. So I'm going to change this over to back in Tulsa and just keep everything in eastern Oklahoma.
Moderate mesocell detected.
So I want to look at this in more detail. Let's try that again. Okay. So I was going back to where that tornado occurred to look at the velocity signature aloft in a three-dimensional view. So you can see at the bottom here the column of air. So you have this column of air and you have this column of air. That's almost think like an eye of a hurricane. All right, so the eye of the hurricane is in between. It's this region here. So that's where you have your tornado. Now let's see if I can do this. Let me try a different view of this. This might show it better. No. I usually don't use the terminal Doppler radar for this one, for its three-dimensional view, so I don't know if it has all the data I need. Sampled well. So I'm going to use the Nextrad instead. So there is damage at the Coweta High School. So if you look here at the developing tornado, what we're going to look for is a big, large blue area blossom. So there it is. So this is when the damage was occurring. So the tornado had formed on the southeast sides of Coweta and was doing damage immediately. And then that damage then expanded and blew northeast of town. And the next frame expanded even more as the center part of the circulation died out and just left all this momentum shifted outward. So it expanded the debris field to fly in the air at several miles in each direction, right? And it kind of just stayed there lofted aloft and just kind of did this little rotation business, and then eventually kind of all came down in pieces. So this is all businesses, homes, the high school, trees, that kind of deal. So we would go back in here, you take off the radar view, you can see what's here. So it's a lot of trees, there are some homes in here, and then it's a direct hit over the high school. So the high school must have suffered some pretty significant damage for that. Here in Coweta. So that'll be a big news story for tomorrow. And then tonight, I'm sure rescue crews will be there to make sure that there's no one injured that live around there and to help you guys out. Typically, when a tornado happens, emergency management officials, neighbors, they all rush into that spot to check on you. So you're usually not there for too long before someone shows up to offer help. But I'm just going back and look at the data here real quick. Yeah, so the start of the tornado, when it started to first develop, probably a funnel, was down here on Avenue 6 and just south of East 151st. That's probably where the tornado first just touched down. And then it kind of went large and stronger, went right over the high school. And then when it went north of the high school, the next frame, it diminished. So the next rad is a little farther apart in time than the terminal Doppler weather radar, so there's a lot of gaps between the radars, but that's what happened in that time. And then, of course, we've got the damage associated with that. So that is the Coweta tornado for tonight. And if you do plot estimated winds, you're at about EF1 category on that scan. The next scan, it's going to be a little different because I think they have some blockage to prevent some of the data. Let me see if I can go up in height. No. In theory, I'm having to measure over a broader area, which is usually not the most accurate way to do this. But in theory, it's got a very strong EF1 to a weak EF2 tornado. That's a strong tornado. So right now, that's the best guess I've got you, given the radar data for tonight. There'll of course be a survey and a damage assessment tomorrow from the National Weather Service, but that's what's happening with that. All right, so let's see what else we have out there currently. Nothing left of that circulation that died quickly after it crossed over the highway. And nothing out there for that one. These guys might have little tiny baby spin-ups with them at some point, but nothing now, and nothing south in that from this viewpoint. All right, let me switch to another radar. Oops. Okay, nothing there. And let me go back south to the guys in Eufaula. Alright, good look at that. Looks okay. This one here is starting to get a little different look to it. Nothing yet, but it does have a little bit different appearance. Yeah, so I just glanced over at the Weather Service. They just typed this. The updraft exiting the Lake Eufaula area is now more cellular, meaning tornado potential is increasing. So there you go. Now, they already have a warning out for it, just to feel safe call warning. So there's nothing on there yet, but the appearance is looking better. And potential for a tornado is only 15%, for what good ever good that is, of course.
Attention. There are storm cells presently in your area of interest.
All right, so that's what we have going on
Detected.
in that part of the state south of 40.
Hail detected.
That may end up being something of significance. So the Tulsa thing, where are we at here? All right, what's going on here? So we might have a small tornado trying to develop in this area, and it's going to need to see another scan to see it improve. North Road 4235 and East Road 660. This is southwest of Mays, about like 6 miles. But that would be the next spot to check with that, southeast of Inola. We'll see in the next scan if it tightens up. Alright, while we're waiting for that, let me go back down on that Coweta thing. I want to do a three-dimensional look at it. Alright. I like seeing storm structures when things happen, just to have a visual recollection. Alright, let me go back to what's happening currently, see if that one to the north is doing anything. Alright, so it has not tightened up. On that view. And there's nothing on this one either. So there still are some tornado warnings, but there are no tornadoes being detected at this point in time. This guy is an old, no, it's a new one that's trying to do a little something, but it's not having much luck. We'll see what happens. All right.
All clear. There are no storms presently in your area of interest. Moderate mesocell detected.
All right. So far, nothing imminent. No current, no tornadoes. Still a few tornado warnings in effect. So you can stay in your shelters for those. but give it a few minutes and we'll see what changes. Let's see, we are at 11 o'clock, and we're on the eastern third of the state now as far as where the storms are of any significance. So we'll be tracking the one from Macintosh heading up toward Porham, Stigler, Van, and Salisaw here eventually. And that would have the best odds of misbehaving. And then back in closer to Tulsa, all the residual circulations are since gone. There are a couple of older tornado warnings still in effect, but there are no tornadoes to speak of. There's really not even any circulation centers to speak of either. So we're kind of in a lull right now. So we're going to wait and see what happens. So just so you know, we're just sitting here waiting to see if another circulation develops. Otherwise, there's not much to talk about. So I could easily just sign off and then sign back on later, or just kind of hang here for a minute. See if anything changes. I'm pretty close to calling this. Just gonna hang in here just a couple more minutes. just now checking my Twitter feed. Some angry people when that app didn't work for an hour or so. Oh my goodness. Glad I got it working, but man, iPhone users were angry. I don't know. I have to dig into why that happened. I don't have the answer yet. I knew we knew how to fix it, but why it did what it did, I don't know. It's going to take some investigation. But you never want something not to work when you need it, right? Yeah, trust me, man, that's frustrating. Because, of course, it happens when I can't do anything immediately about it. But that's the, what do you call it? The nature's law of, what am I looking for? Brain cells not working. So basically it is, if something's going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong when you don't need it to go wrong. There's a saying for that, and I can't think of it because I got COVID brain apparently. Let's see. Some of these comments. Oh my gosh. Oh man. I'm honestly livid. I'm on the inside, I'm livid that even happened. Trust me. It's the worst time for something to not work. It's been working every day forever. It's the time when you need it the most. It decides to not work. But my website was down too there for a while. So I don't know what was going on. Like I said, I gotta figure it all out. Alright. Got a lot of action on the tweeter tonight. Alright. So how can I be calm during a tornado warning, you're asking? Because we've got like 2 of them or so. Because there's not a tornado. One may form, so it's a just in case tornado warning. So I just sit here and wait and see if one forms, right? I mean, what else can you do? Alright, let's go check on that one. Let's see, that was this radar. Let's go to this one. I just don't see anything imminent up north. Let's go to this one down here on I-40. Nothing. Okay, so what time is it? It's almost 11:30. So here's the deal. I love you, Eastern Oklahoma, but I'm just sitting here in silence because there are no tornadoes. And I honestly, at this point, we should not be seeing any. The conditions of the atmosphere are supposed to wind down. So the probability of seeing a tornado from this point forward is supposed to decrease literally every minute. So my weather app is working again, so you can use that to track it. My website's up and running again, so you can use that. Matter of fact, let me show you what that looks like. AT's Facebook stream video no longer available. Well, I hope that was an old thing. Alright, let me go to weather data. It's on my website, aarontotalweather.com. And we're going to go down to interactive radar, weather radar map. Now this is similar to what you can get on my phone, on my weather app, AT's Weather to Go. Okay, you're going to go there. Here we go. Press the button. But it has a few extra goodies. So there's the big picture, right? Okay, so big squall line all the way down in Texas, moving through eastern Oklahoma. And if you click on this little layer button right here, it shows national radar, satellite, lightning, storm tracks, future radar. So right now it's on future radar. So if you press the play button down here, it'll tell you what future radar looks like. So about 12:20 in the morning, it's even closer to the border here. And it's got some storms rolling through Oklahoma City, as a matter of fact. But we talked about that before. Alright, or you can just go back to national radar for the current satellite. There's lightning. We'll turn satellite off, go back to radar. There we go. Overlay storm tracks, overlay alerts. So you can kind of see how it's very similar to map. And then you have the high resolution radars on here too. So these are the national composite. And then you come down here and you can go to, let's go northeast Oklahoma. High resolution velocity data. And you can look in here and look for tornado tracks yourself, right? You can look for those little couplets and see if they form. We don't see any, so that's good. So that kind of data is on here too. So you'll, for whatever reason, my app isn't working for you, or you can try this as an alternate, or you can use them both simultaneously, kind of whatever you want to do. That's my weather site, AaronTuttleWeather.com. Just go to the Weather Data tab. And there you go. Alright, let's see. 70-degree dew points in southeast Oklahoma. Circulation in southeast Choctaw County from northeast Texas. Whoa, that's way down there. Well, let's go see what's going on way down there. Let's see if we can't see anything. If you recall, the data we looked at really liked this area, but sadly we don't have any decent radar coverage down here. The radar beams are like at 15,000 feet. I mean, it absolutely does us no good for tracking anything tornadic or anything. It's really sad, but the good news is there's a radar being built down here that should help to fix that problem. But it's just a really bad location for coverage. I'm going to try a different radar. I don't remember if this one's any closer or not. But we're just trying to look at these storms down here in far southeast Oklahoma. Well, that's still loading. Check out northeast. Looks good.
Strong mesocell detected.
Alright. Yeah, this wasn't any better. We're still at 15,000 feet. Yeah. Alright. So, here's the deal. I'm going to wrap up this severe weather coverage. I think I've pressed the limits of energy when there's no significant tornado threat. Watching what was the older regions of circulation. The existing warnings here for the last half hour hasn't revealed anything. So the big story of the day would be the fact that we did not get a tornado event like the models had indicated we would. We did get the storms, garden variety, severe storms in Oklahoma. We got that. And we got the timing, and we got the position, and all that stuff. So everything, all that was good. It's just the environment, even though it looked favorable, and was, something was missing. And I'm not sure what it was. I might go back and analyze it, try to figure it out. Or it just could be the fact that we still just don't know everything to produce for tornado genesis. But it looked, on paper, like a decent setup. But obviously, it wasn't ideal. Something was missing. But regardless of all that said, the most significant tornado happened in Coweta. Did some damage on the south and east side of town before crossing over the highway in the northeast and dissipating quickly. So there was some debris with that. So it's probably an strong EF1, probably weak EF2 tornado, just based off of looking at the velocity data. So that's probably what that strength was. And so there was some damage at the high school there. And that'll be the big story as far as the storms here tonight. Unless something were to happen after that, which right now I don't see. Things are pretty calm compared to what they used to be. So thanks for watching. Again, apologize for the iPhone issue earlier on. I'm glad it got resolved, but it's just irritating to see. You never want that stuff to happen. I don't anticipate. Hold on a second. I said I don't anticipate anything to change here, and I'm looking at a new radar picture. Is that noise? Hold on, let me get another view. I'll show you here in a second. I was just about to sign off. Alright. Hold that thought for one more minute. Alright, I'm down here in Warner. So, this is that cell I said I'm going to have to watch. And just as I'm about to let it go, it's trying to do something here. It's tightening up here at the last frame. We'll see if it does it one more time. We're out along I-40. Probably a wall cloud. Looking a little better organized. So let's see what happens. This all looks fine. Nothing up there. So this is the question mark here. New scan came in. Still not quite there. Let's see, let's shut this one off. We're about 2,000 feet elevation there. So we're watching this little area east of Warner on 64, north of 40. So it's on Coffee Road and 64. Might be a developing tornado there. Probability of a tornado says 34%. Okay, next scan came in a little weaker. Still hasn't really quite tightened up. So let me switch back over to this one. And let me me update the speed. I was this close to just signing off. I still may. I can go another minute. I don't want to sign off and do something. That'd be silly. But this close. Yeah, it's still not tightening up on that frame. What is it doing? What is it doing? Is it trying to produce a tornado? What's it over? You guessed it. Trees. Alright, well, it looks like it's trying to produce one. It's at 2,500 feet. It's coming up on the Muskogee Turnpike. This is just north of 64 by about 4 or 5 miles. Coming up on East Road 1030. Yeah, it looks like it's a tornado. So Weather Service going to issue a warning. They put a new track out for it just now. They have a track a little to the east, but at least they have a track. Alright, so here we go. Let me look at the rest. Good, good. Alright, so we have, looks like a tornado here coming in toward Gore. Right now it's over some open farmland, several miles away. It'll be coming into the town of Gore here in about 3 minutes. All right.
Moderate mesocell detected.
Let's take a look at the other radar view. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we probably have a developing tornado or a already developed tornado. The radars are having a tough time seeing this at 3,500 feet. This one is a little bit better idea. Regardless, be in your shelters out here. If you live in the town of Gore, just west of there by a few miles, as this particular tornadic area of the storm approaches. Shouldn't take long, just a couple of minutes, as things are moving pretty quick, about 50 miles an hour or so. Still over open grass. I call it grassland, but we call it tree land here in eastern Oklahoma. Hills and trees. So let's see, newest updates coming in now. Still on the west side. It's not over any roads, so I can't give you an intersection. It'll eventually be coming up here on North Road 4410 that runs north-south west of town. That'll be momentarily. It would be a strong EF0, weak EF1 category. So as always, lowest level, away from all outside walls, windows. You can use a closet, bathtub, anything will work until that storm passes by you. Radar velocity is very excited, but it's got a lot of noise contamination in it, so it's difficult to get a exact measurement, but it's got a probability of a tornado at 78%. Now earlier that didn't mean much in the evening. Later in the evening it seems to have a lot more weight to it, more value. Alright, so we are coming up on the Arkansas River, crossing over North Road 4410 like I mentioned earlier ago, Lock and Dam 16 Road. So I'll be on the northwest of Gore. Then from there, coming up on Highway 10. So again, it's a pretty quick, fast mover. Cedar Road that intersects Highway 10, coming up here. So that's where that particular tornado is located. So it looks like we might actually have a little bit of a debris path with it. It's this weakness you see here. Alright. Now if I track it to the next scan, it moves here. And then if I switch this over, oh, there's the new scan's even stronger. So yeah, it's a tornado and it's got debris, and the debris signature is growing and getting stronger. So this is northwest of Gore. Ironically, the inbound velocity is very strong, but the outbound is almost negligible. It's about 3 miles west-northwest of Gore. So we have a tornado doing damage because it is picking up debris aloft. And kicking it aloft, I should say. So this is the debris path here, and that is over those roadways I just mentioned earlier. Cedar, was that north 4410, I think it was, I said earlier, and then coming up on 10. So this is a tornado here north of Gore, coming up on Highway S10, State Highway 10. I think up here it splits to 10A. I'm not sure. I think so. Yeah, it's 10A. That runs east-west. That one's still called S10. Alright, so there's a tornado here in eastern Oklahoma for Sequoia County. Do they have an updated warning on this? Yeah. So this includes northwestern Sequoia County, southeastern Cherokee, east central Muskogee. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And of course we talked about Gore and Warner earlier. Now Marble City, Greenleaf State Park, Cookson, Cherokee Landing State Park, Kieferton, Vion, Weber Falls, Braggs, Pumpkin Center, Brushy Lake State Park, Lake Ten Killer State Park, and Bucks. Also along Interstate 40 between mile marker 278 and 296. So significant tornado here, doing at least some minor damage based off the tornado debris signature. Has a hook echo, classic looking look to it. Okay, so center circulation now. Still probably a strong EF1. Heading toward Paradise Hill. Right along 10A is where the track is taking it. So this is your hook echo appendage right here, where it curls back. So this is where you find your tornado, right here in this hook echo part. If you look under the velocity, that would be this couplet area here. These are green blowing toward the radar, and these are red blowing away. It's actually weakened quite a bit than it was the last couple scans. This is the rotation product from the radar, where you see the yellow bar. It tries to pick the center of the tornado. So it's right on 10A, right on this little tip of the hook. Now the radar's going to update here in a second. It's going to jump northeast. So it'll be even closer to Paradise Hill. So let's see, new day just came in. Oh, and it kind of wrapped up and went north. So when the tornado kind of jots due north into itself, into the storm itself, usually means it's going to die, and it may have died. The velocity is very noisy here. It's hard to tell this far away. Let's see. Let's go to another view here. Waiting for the update on this one. It's coming a little late for some reason. All right. Oh, that's ridiculous. Why are you so late? Maybe having a data feed issue from the main line. We'll see. Anyway, so I'm just waiting for the newest radar update to see. It looks like it's already kind of collapsed a bit. Here's the new update here. So the hook isn't as well defined. Winds are still there though. Surprisingly, it looks pretty decent. So it still has a strong EF1 tornado. This is the red and green combination for the couplet. from Paradise Hill. Let's see here. It's only like a mile west of town. So that's the Hook Echo. That's the tornado. So it continues here for Paradise Hill. Let me see if the other radar came in. It did. Let's clear that off. Still has a circulation center west of town. What about the debris signature? Debris signature is still there, but it's not as prominent. See how it went from here to here to here, and it's less in the colors going toward blue. But that's it. All right, go back to this other radar. What does this come up with? Probability of a tornado is 64%. Alright, well, we already know it has been producing one. Latest scan has those, the velocity cuppet coming down in intensity and becoming a little bit more broad, so it may have lifted. But regardless, you still stay in your shelters in Paradise Hill for another few minutes. Again, it passed on the west side of town, just so you know. And that is the only game in town. This is it, just this storm. Where is it going to go? Well, looks like toward Stillwell, but it's moving more of a northeastward track, so it'll probably pass north of there and into like Christie and Westville and Watts eventually. Weather Service was saying that the tornado potential may continue into far western, northwestern Arkansas, when model data had it decreasing. So we shall see. Alright, so I'm going to read
Moderate mesocell detected.
something to you. Alright. So I got a nice message from a woman that was using my weather app and got notified of a tornado heading toward her house. Her TV was out. I guess the guys weren't talking on TV, weren't talking about her area prior to. She couldn't watch the feed because the signal wasn't working. Then the app alerted me, and she doesn't have a cellar or anything. Her son texted her to tell her he's watching the radar, and it just turned to the northeast. He said, well, that's too close to home. But she said, I had plenty of time, though, to get to safety, and I can't thank you enough, Aaron. She said, when she left, then she heard me to see where it was, and then she knew she was out of danger and returned home. And then on and on, a few extra things. That was nice. Alright, so let's check on this guy here. So, Lake Tenkiller, huh? Paradise Hill. Probability of a tornado is 35%, but I believe, regardless of the probabilities, we've had one. That one that went through Paradise Hill on the west side of town collapsed when it got to the northwest side. And then looks like a new one's trying to form right along the lake out here. So it's right on the western shoreline of the lake. And that has strength potential still around a strong EF1 tornado. Alright. Burnt Cabin Ridge area. So that's your next tornado. And if you noticed, the radar beam is located, the radar is located here, and the radar beam goes out this far. Okay? Notice where this trail is located. It literally could not get any further away from the radar and still be detected. It is at the very last gate, range gate. So it won't be much longer, and I probably won't be able to use this radar to see it, which is too bad because it did a pretty good job, and it was updating every minute or two. But that's where that particular tornado would be, running right on the west side of the lake, heading up toward Pettit, and should pass over highway, was this 100 or is this 82? It's 82. So west of 182. And it's a pretty big storage community out here. What are they storing out here? I don't know. I'm sure locals know. All right. We'll see what happens. By the way, when I stay on the west side of the lake, let me see. Yeah, just trees. Just gonna make sure there wasn't any little communities. Obviously, there's some boats. Train spotter claims a rope tornado. So this is that little deal that popped up.
Mesocell detected.
Rope tornado 4 miles northeast of my position. So he was watching that little trail that went through on the southwest side of the lake and then moved along the shoreline. Anyway, that's coming right into the town of Pettit. So be in your shelters. Man, it ended up at almost 2 inches of rain. 1.84. That's awesome. I needed it. All right. They updated the warning on this because of that spotter confirmation. So it was around the Greenleaf State Park area about 10 minutes ago, a while back. So this is an older warning. There we go. This just came out. Yeah. All right. There we go. Storm capable of producing a tornado 4 miles southwest of Cookson, moving northeast at 45. Radar indicated tornado Marble City, Lake Tenkiller State Park, Cookson, Cherokee Landing State Park, and Bucks. That is the latest in Sequoia and southeastern Cherokee. So really, if you're in Pettit, it's kind of coming up toward you. It's rotating on the west side of the lake, northeasterly movement. So this is the guy here, and it's kind of been doing this movement like this. So it's kind of passing between the two. Let's zoom in up here. Yeah, I mean, there's not much in. Here are some farmhouses. But you can't, let's see. Those are camp areas. There are some streets though, so maybe little lake homes, lake houses in here. Yeah, there probably is. So you guys need to be in your shelter, man. If you're on the northwest side of the lake at this point. Tell you what, I'm gonna go for a big bowl of cereal when I'm done with this. Haven't eaten in 6 hours. All right. So we're right on the edge of this tronic circulation. Let me switch radars. See how this looks. Not as impressive. It's got a good inflow structure to it. Okay. It is still hugging the edge of that other radar. I mean, right on the range. "46 miles away from the radar." So, this stuff here that has been quiet and hasn't done anything. Probability of tornadoes increased to 75% as it's going into Delaware. County of Delaware. It's last county in Oklahoma before it heads in Arkansas, Missouri.
Cell detected.
And it still has residual mid-level circulation with it, which can help to trigger the little leading edge vorticities to rotate in. So that may end up doing something the next storm to kind of keep an eye on for probably over the next hour. Otherwise, this one down here is still the one producing probably a small tornado, or at least a funnel coming in here east now of Keys, right along 82, Highway 82. Let me see what's under it. Hey, you guessed it if you guessed trees. That is coming along 82, and there are, looks like a couple of farmhouses here in the path. Sirens are being sounded in the town of Quah. I'm not sure where Quah is, but they're sounding the sirens for a potential tornado. I'm going to assume it's over here east of Keys. Alright, last scan looked a little weaker. So, and I'm out of the edge of this radar. So we're going to have to go back to this one. Let's see, still some pretty decent wind being picked up. That's 86 miles per hour inflow at 3,000 feet. That is a very strong low-level jet indicator. One of the ingredients that you need for some nasty storms. And there is some rotation on the back end of that, weaker but there. So, man, this area still could produce a tornado. If it isn't now a small one, a baby one. Potential's there for that to continue. Give a look at those winds. And of course the official warning still continues on it anyways. Man, it is pouring down rain again. Awesome. I'm going to go over here and look at Oklahoma City. Turn this on. Let's see what we can get out of it. Let that load up here for a minute. Oh, they issued a tornado warning way down there in southeast Oklahoma. Alright, we'll look at that too. Although there's no radar coverage, we'll take a look and see if we can pick up. It's the best we can. Alright, so here in Oklahoma City here real quick, this line's moving through, just like the models they indicated. They did very well with this as well. There's some blue in here. There's pockets of wind around 50. miles per hour going through Oklahoma City. So nothing, nothing big, nothing severe. Just some brief heavy rain, a little bit of wind. Short-lived at that. Elevated. All right, let's go on down here to. So this is down in McCurtain County, Broken Bow. This warning here from the Weather Service. McCurtain County, southeast Oklahoma, potential tornado radar indicated rotation. Will remain over mainly rural areas of central McCurtain County, including Plunketville, Wright City, Glover, Hoochtown, Millerton, Watson, Slim, Oak Hill, and Golden. All right. Well, let's see if we can't see something. We'll use this radar here. While that one's loading up, let's go back over here. How's our buddy 10 Killer doing? Just rocking and rolling.
Moderate mesocell detected.
Yeah, he's trying to produce a decent tornado here. We'll see. Tightening up a little bit on that corner. Rotation tracker here in gold. And it is under a large river. Or over, I should say. Alright, getting this on the west side of 10 Killer. And let's see, we do have rotation tightening up here. Looks like that'll be developing Tornado 2. This will be in Delaware County. Sycamore heading toward Maysville once this gets going. This location here is, you guessed it, under trees. How many times have we seen these things over tree land? Love to see it that way. Just for the record. Alright, we'll get to those again here in a second. Let me go down here to way down southeast Oklahoma, Curtin County. Do we have anything down here? I do have a little bit of velocity data. It's not much. And it's at 6,000 feet. Alright. So the tornado, if there is one, is coming up on Highway 259 and coming up on, let's see, what little county road is this? 50430 and North 4615. Those are some of the little farm roads out here. 50, 40, 80, all a couple miles or a mile and a half west of 259 highway. Alright, again, not much out here as we heard, but this is going to be north of Broken Bow. We got, let's see, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 8 miles north of Broken Bow on 259. That's where that potential tornado is located, so be in your shelters for that one, and that'll take it here to the state line in Arkansas soon. Alright, back to the Tulsa deal. First stop, 10 Killer storm still going gangbusters. New tornado warning issued for that one. Warning on this till 12:45. Storm capable of producing a tornado located over Cherokee Landing State Park, moving northeast at 50. This is for central Adair County and southeastern Cherokee County. Path includes Westville, Eldon, Christie, Barron, Ballard, Watts, Proctor, Cherokee Landing State Park, and Marietta. Alright, so that may end up being a significant tornado, we'll see. And then we've got the new tornado. Hey, look at that, they issued the warning. So that came out, and tornado warning for northwestern Benton County and northwestern Arkansas and central Delaware. Storm capable of producing a tornado located 7 miles north of Kansas, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. J, Colcord, Maysville, Gravette, Kansas, and Lake Eucha State Park. So this is coming right along Highway 59 here momentarily. And, man, where are we? We are in the middle of nowhere. So there's no towns it's near, but we'll be crossing over 59 here soon. And that is between Cloud Creek and Eucha. Heading on a beeline course for Sycamore. Alright, there's the tornado track storm there, and then the one still down here, and then the one way down here. Now this one down here does not have a debris signature with it. And there's a lot of trees down here. So that tells me the odds are on this storm down here in McCurtain County does not have a tornado, at least up to this point. Just based off the fact that it's missing a debris signature. Should see something down here. That's a lot of trees. So we'll see what happens. But the wind speeds are increasing now. Alright, let's go back up to J in Delaware.
Moderate mesocell detected.
So we're looking south of J by about 6 miles is where the tornado would be. Let's see, do we have any debris signatures? We do. Okay, so it did form. And here it is. This is the debris signature right here. So the question is, there's another one. So what did it hit? The spot we zoomed in, we first pointed the circulation out. Densely packed forest. So these are trees. This is the debris here. The signature, what you're seeing is trees being lofted up in the air. Telling you, nighttime tornado tracking is best on radar using these new tools. The only caveat is you had to be the radar. The storm has to be close enough to radar to be able to detect this down at a certain level, because the radar beam goes up with height the further away you go due to the curvature of the Earth. And because of that fact, you won't be able to detect debris way up here unless it's a monster tornado. So you really need to get down to 5,000 foot level or lower, unless it's a significant one or a very strong one. Then that will then work its way up in a couple thousand feet up at a time. But regardless, it's better to be closer if you can. So it's got a good signature for debris. So tornado within this one. Coming right along Highway 59. Strangely enough, the velocity data, not all that impressive with this. Surprises me. I really would expect it to be a little better. It's very strange. But that's what it is. So, be in your shelters for this guy. So the debris signature, if you've noticed, was smaller, compact. See that? There, and then it broadened out some there, and it's really broadened out there. It tells me that the tornado is lifted, and this is the leftover wind field expanding and carrying the debris with it. So I would have to say it's no longer on the ground given that scenario. That would be my official stance. So to continue to stay in your shelters, though, it's northeast of 59, going over some of these rivers. There is a road here, Road 458, that intersects 04622. This is all south of J, and then coming up towards Sycamore. All right, so do you see how quick that happened? 3 scans of data of significance, and then it was gone. Let's check down here. No strong indicator of debris for this one. One may be trying to form here in the early stages. It's going to get tighter a couple than that, though. Still pretty broad. So we'll see. Come up toward Westville. It's elongated. I mean, you have this large area here, and you have this large area here, and you need something like this. So I'm not really worried right now, but that's where that focus is. This one up here in J, it's still completely dead. Probability of a tornado, let's see, now down to 21%. What was it when it was actually doing it, predicting a tornado, producing one? At this point, it was a probability of 49%. At this point, probability of 51%. And 46%. So it seems earlier this evening, we'd have probably have like 90% and no tornado. Now we have a probability of 40 to 50% and the tornado. It is what it is. All right. Is that still going? The debris field? Yeah, look at that. Must have got a lot of good trees. Leaves and stuff still floating around. It's good. All right, let's go down here. Nope. All right, let's check this door. Excuse me. Southeast Oklahoma. No debris signature there either. Good. All right. So with that debris signature in J, or excuse me, southeast of J, being diffuse like that, I would say that was over. I can't see any decent velocity data with it.
Moderate mesocell detected.
But definitely stay in your shelters though if you're in Sycamore until it passes by, just in case it does ramp back up. Wait for the next update on this product, which will come out here in a couple of minutes. But I think that thing is over. And the next update, it should be probably a little broader and then even weaker. So there should be more red and less greens and yellows. Did the opposite. All right. Checkmate there, buddy. But you've got no velocity. Oh, that's so strange. You got nothing there. It may still just be a very weak one. I don't see it on radar, but regardless, the debris signature is still there. So there's at least flying debris from the previous touchdown. So stay in your shelters until that passes. Let's see. We'll see what the next one shows. Let's see while that one's going up. Nothing on that one. Alright, that came in. So it was weaker on the intensity strength and still much broader on the debris strength. Oh, okay, so that's another issue. I forgot about that. The low-level jet, it was racing out of the south at 40 knots or whatever. So you got 50-mile-per-hour winds. That's helping to blow this thing in elongated fashion too. So that gives a false impression of potential trail still ongoing. So, all right, that makes more sense. So you can take that checkmate back there, buddy. But the potential's there. It could always ramp back up again. So regardless, stay in your shelters there in Sycamore until this thing passes, which it's doing so as we speak. So, and honestly, I can't even find the residual circulation of that one. Let's see what else is happening up here to the north of you, though. There's a new one north of J. Let's see what comes of this, if anything. Weather Service also put a good point on it. They said, being fall, the leaves will be more easily lofted, even by a weaker tornado. So that explains the debris field so expansive, in addition to those winds. Oh yeah, see, look at that one pick up right here. So probably have a new circulation center trying to develop a tornado. Out of J on Highway 59. It's not doing it yet, but the speeds are increasing. We'll see what the next scan is. So that would be on the intersection of 127. Yeah, State Highway 127 and 59. It's coming up on that intersection here soon. Just gotta do anything? No. See if this one does anything here. North of J. It's 12:30. I'm about to sign off because
I know.
it's got this one last one. Probably it's petering out.
Then you can eat.
Then I can eat. Then I can go to bed.
Okay.
All right, checking with the missus. She's checking on me. So that one didn't tighten up, it broadened, still there. The couplet idea, if it tightens up. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's nuts. So, this Twitter, I was on my feed and somebody had shared this video of, I don't know if you've seen those videos of Walgreens or CVS where the guys go in there and just steal whatever they want and leave because they have a policy of not to stop the person, right? Well, so you factor in masks and anyone can go in there and rob the store, whatever they want, and leave. And they usually get like the stuff that's in the store. Well, this video, he walked right into the pharmacy area and cleaned off the pharmacy shelves and walked out with it because they can't stop you. I'm just like, smart criminal. It took a while for somebody to come up with that level, but there you go. That's the new world we live in. So anyway, that was just caught my attention here. I think it was in California. Let's see. I'm just hanging on just a couple more minutes, see if anything happens with this storm here, which has not. Which is through Adair County, and then this one here, northeast of J, and so far it's not. And I'm going to be letting it go. In other words, I'm going to be signing off. I tried to sign off an hour ago. That didn't work. Because I had 2 tornadoes develop. Oh, let me check on that one down in Parse, southern Oklahoma. So the warning still officially continues for it. No sign of any debris. So it's north of Broken Bow. Alright, so there's your big picture of your warnings. The Broken Bow and north of there. A weak line here for you guys in Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma otherwise. And then the only strong cell is the one up here, northwest of Stillwell. And also the one around Grove area. That one's still not doing anything. Let's see. It's trying to get its act together, though. I got a couple more minutes. I know I said that a couple more minutes ago. About a minute this time. Oh, you know what? My chaser buddy Jeff went to Coweta earlier. Let me see if he posted a video about it here on his YouTube channel. No, but he did on his Twitter. So let me pull that up. I haven't seen it yet. I just saw it posted. So this was that tornado damage in Coweta for I think the high school. That's where he's at.
If you're just now joining us, about 30 minutes ago, we had a tornadic storm come over. It's kind of moving up to southern Tulsa County, southeast Tulsa, and it went over the Bixby area and Coweta area. Then a new storm rapidly developed. Go back over to the Coweta High School and that area on Highway 51. This is 51B. I have, it's in the, this here, and it looks like the train guardrails are probably just down, but I've got a lot of work. Let me see what we've got going on here. So this in the southeast is like pan around it here, and again, it's hard to tell how wide this is, but you see, some sheet metal, and there's fences up in the field here, and lots of sheet metal insulation in the trees as well on the northeast and east side and southeast side of Coweta from this small tornado. And again, lots of anyway. Looks like from another maybe another major outbreak.
All right, you might have some solid video for us, but I don't see anything there. Oh, this thing's still trying. I know the minute I sign off, it's going to do it. It's just the way it is. Okay, that storm down here in southern Oklahoma, the track part of it's been canceled or expired, one or the other. Alright, I'm going to close that window. And now we're down to just one. Alright, while I wait on that, I'm going to go pull up model data for Tuesday. And we're going to see what Tuesday looks like. Moisture surges back in. You gotta be kidding me. It's another last minute run to the deep moisture. See all that stuff in Texas, those deep colors? See how they race in Oklahoma? This is at 10 o'clock in the evening. There's midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. Coming into central Oklahoma. Alright, so do storms fire? Let's take a look. Alright, so let's see what happens here. Texas Panhandle storms in the late evening. Those move east into kind of a broken squall line in the late night hours here in central Oklahoma. Forecast sounding in advance of that line. Nighttime tornadoes. But I do see some weaknesses. It has a lot of southwest winds at the surface. Weakness here between 4 and 6 kilometers, and definitely around 2 to 3 kilometers. So this would help to offset tornadoes a bit. And the LCLs for that time of the night are pretty high. So it's just one model run, but I'm not overly impressed. Considering especially what happened with today, and I wasn't super impressed. I mean, I was impressed this time of the year, but considering the outcome, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah, it's just late in the night, so this time of year we just don't have that residual heating that you do in the late spring. You know, you can still have a temperature of 80 degrees at midnight. You know, here we got a temperature of 70 at midnight. It's a big difference. So this doesn't look like all that big of a deal on this run, just so you know. It's all about the moisture, quality of the moisture. So if it's not there, it's not there. All right, does this thing do anything? Oh no, it weakened. Yay, and it elongated. Yeah, it tried there for a while and get a little tight, but then it fanned out. All right, that's it for me. I don't even know if there's anybody left watching. So I hope you enjoyed it, because I'm beat. So I'm going to get out of here. It's 12:30 in the morning, and I'm beyond exhausted and beyond hungry. So I'm going to get, but I appreciate you watching tonight. Hope it was helpful. Hope you learned. Hope you stayed calm, cool, collected. Hope I calmed you down so much you actually fell asleep with tornadoes in the state. How about that? That's pretty calm. We'll do it again Tuesday. I just took a peek at the data. Didn't look all that impressive right now. We'll see if that changes. It's still early. But if it does, and I may cover it, unless, man, it's 2 or 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm sleeping. Unless it's going to be some big event, just like the rest of you, I'm out cold. So we'll see. Play it by ear. All right, you guys be good. Thanks again for your support, all that stuff. We'll talk again soon. Good night.